beside the front door, but that's all right. Okay.
Hello, lovely
Okay,
people
so
of the world.
you're
Welcome back
definitely
to
doing the
Whisky
ride
24
on
Hours.
Saturday.
We're diving into
Definitely,
our next
yeah.
session, which involves some whiskey, which is quite nice for me because I've not had any whiskey yesterday, apart from the one over there. Right, so without further ado, this is the wonders of Highland Power. Small but mighty, I do believe the full name of the class is. But I'm joined by three fabulous guests from distilleries on the islands of Scotland. So if I could bring my lovely guests in,
I'm not reaching for the phone
somebody
first thing
pressing the
when I
buttons
wake
can
up,
make the
or
buttons do that.
I mean late in the day.
If not, I'll just keep talking. Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, there. Anyway, I should have three guests coming in from Islay and Orkney, attached to the distilleries on those islands, because one of the great things about the islands of Scotland is they're not necessarily a separate region, Islay, but they all have very distinctive styles, which just show that variation within regions, which is one of the reasons.
That's our backup.
Who
in fact, while I have you on the phone, here and now, I'm going to open calendar.
Great thing about islands is they have these distinctive styles. Even within the
Monday
islands,
night,
they have very different ways of doing things.
But
it's also quite
8 p.m.
different
task,
working on an island,
place,
working at a distillery on an island.
Jimmy's,
very, very different when it comes to logistics.
Wheels,
also, just islands are a bit weird sometimes.
By
so,
the
I hear the banging doors of my tech support on its way.
There you go.
I don't.
All right. Yeah, you got plenty of ammo.
The secret inner life of Ortis Deley. Thank you. And we're back. There we go. That's quite impressive. We've been on for 4.5 hours before we've got someone with a hot mic. Anyway, moving on. hopefully no one has been damaged politically due to it. But anyway, welcome to our next session here on Whiskey 24 Hours. If you're around in the previous little tiny stint before we realised that random microphones were on, we're looking at Island Power, small but mighty. We're looking at whiskies from Orkney and Islay, and we're bringing in some fantastic guests who work with distilleries on those islands. So hopefully this time they can bring in my lovely guests, or maybe not. Yay, there we go. That's a lovely guest, finally. Oh, there's two of them. Do we have a third lovely guest? If we don't have a third lovely guest, we'll stick with our first two lovely guests. Hello there, Adam. Hello there, George. Hello.
Hey, Billy.
Say who you are from us. So, Adam, kick off with you. Who are you and why are you here talking about the wonders of whiskey from islands?
Well, I am Adam Hannett. I'm the head distiller here at Bruichladdich Distillery on the beautiful island of Islay. And I'm here because it means I don't have to cut the grass at home today. So that's it's not the main reason. I also here to talk about, obviously, some of the amazing things about making whiskey in Islay and talk through a couple of good drams with you. So thanks for having me. Excited to be here.
We are always very pleased to help people avoid housework. It's the main reason I'm here is I literally have a lot of washing to do. So Dawn gave me an out. I'm not going to say no. Georgie, hello. Who are you?
Hi. Hey, Billy. So I'm Georgie Crawford. I work for Elixir Distillers over here in Islay, and I'm the distillery manager for the Port and Troon distillery, which is still being built here on the island. And previous to that, worked with Diageo, also here on Islay. So been back here since 2010.
Excellent. And on to lovely guest number 3, Martin. You tell us who you are and what you do.
Yeah, well, I'm Martin. I'm from Highland Park Distillery, where I've been working as a brand ambassador for the last 18 years, traveling the world and so on. And right now I'm in Switzerland and at Waldhaus am See doing tasting. So I basically just finished a tasting before I came here and have another tasting afterwards. So yeah, so busy times, but no, it's good. Been in the industry for a bit over 30 years, 34 years, I think it is. So basically I'm very old, very old.
So I found a picture of you the other day from many years ago, and you are a changed man over the years, is the way I would put it, Martin.
Oh yeah, and probably not for the better, but
no, for the better, most definitely, I would say.
Matured, patina, or whatever they call it. Yeah.
Right.
I was trying to work out how long I'd known Martin, and I think it's over 20 years, so I'm not sure what that says about my age either.
No, but it's over 20 years, I think, Georgie. So yeah,
definitely.
Yeah.
Right, but lovely to have you all here. So actually, we should probably. What time is it? We're after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, so I think we should probably kick off with some whiskey to start things off. We've got people watching us, and we should probably get a dram in them before we start talking about the wonders of island life. So anyway, our first dram we have on the block today is turn around. The Bruichladdich 2014 local barley. Adam, do you want to jump in and tell us about it, and then we can have a bit more of a chat?
Yeah, absolutely. So the dram that we have first off, the Bruichladdich Islay barley 2014. It's obviously Bruichladdich, so it's unpeated, probably unusual for an Islay whiskey, but it's the classic Bruichladdich style. For those who know a bit about Bruichladdich and the history, you'll know we kind of reopened in 2001. It was an independent distillery. There was a lot of freedom and exploration, a lot of things, and some of the founders who kind of brought it back to life, coming from a wine background, very interested in the ingredients and the idea of kind of terroir, kind of vintage, and really just kind of breaking whiskey apart and kind of talking about the whiskey, and the details that go into it, how it's made, and how that reflects the flavors you find in the glass. So back in 2004, we worked with one of the local farmers, a guy called Raymond Stewart. He grew some barley for us, actually very close to the distillery at Control. So he did it. And the reason he did it, we were obviously working with the growers to try and get them to come on board. But kind of at that time, the consensus was you couldn't really grow barley in Ireland. It wasn't, if you could and you could use it for whiskey, then why wasn't it already happening? So Raymond's the guy who owns the farm. Raymond's a tenant farmer, if you like. So he kind of rents the farm or works the land that someone else owns. And this guy happened to be one of the shareholders of Bruichladdich, so I'm not sure how much pressure was put on Raymond to grow or to try it, but he was up for it anyway, and he put some barley in the ground in 2004. We harvested it, distilled it actually that same year, just in December 2004, and from there it's really kicked off. You know, there's a lot of other growers kind of waiting to see what would happen, and just year by year, you know, more and more of the farmers have got on board and wanted to be part of it, because for us it's great to make a whiskey where you've got that provenance. You know, if I look out the window, you know, I could see across to Island Farm where, you know, the late Ian McKerrow was growing for many years, and you know, it's just that connection to the place, the soil. You know, when you're out and about the island and you see the little growing for Bruichladdich signs in the fields, and over the course of the months you see the barley come up through the ground and ripen, and then the next year you're making whiskey out of it. You know, so that for me is an amazing thing. Being from Islay, having that connection, and you know, kind of supporting that agricultural side of the island, you know, in a really positive way. You know, it's been fantastic. And over the years, it's grown and grown. As I say, more and more growers have come on, and I think this year there's over 20 growers anyway. I think 22, maybe 23. Some grow quite a lot, some just a small amount, but it's great to be kind of part of. And as I say, when you're making whiskey, you want it to be you know, kind of part of the place you're from, to represent that as much as you can. Excuse me. And so the idea with, you know, what we have with Islay barleys, I mean, you know, when we stick it all in a bottle, you've got the name of the farms and the locations and all this kind of stuff. So you've got this real detail, this place, this moment in time. And the fact it's a vintage release as well. So each year we'll bring out a new vintage. It just means that we can focus on what was unique and special about that vintage, who grew, what variety, where it was grown. You know, all of the details really just help to shape that whiskey, that individual whiskey. So rather than, you know, my job, you know, kind of blending is not really about trying to make it consistent each year, but it's just to highlight what's special about that spirit each year. And again, hopefully you're all kind of nosing and tasting, because I always forget to say let's have a nose and taste. I'll end up talking for 20 minutes, but it's just a beautiful fresh dram. Again, I poured this, you know, about half an hour ago, just because I thought that we're actually on at 3 o'clock. So, you know, I poured it nice and early, but it's opened up really nicely, and it's just got that lovely Bruichladdich style. So it's kind of that fresh, floral, kind of light, elegant spirit. And when you taste it, again, you've got this, because it's you know, it's relatively young. That's going to be kind of 8-9 years old. The influence of the woods, it's matured. The majority of it will be, you know, kind of almost kind of 80% will be fast fill bourbon. There'll be a couple of second fill wine casks in there as well, a bit of French oak, just to kind of create a bit of structure. But it's really bottling it young, 50% ABV, just allows us to get the character of the grain really coming through, so the wood's not dominating. And what you find is that, again, that kind of malty taste on the finish that you have on your palate now, that's just, you know, amplifying, you know, the you know, the character that we want, which is the flavor of the barley. That is what we get. It's the texture as well, you know, that kind of viscosity, that freshness. For me, it's just a really great example of actually, you know, trusting the you know, the distillation of what we do, making it slowly, you know, taking our time, doing all the right things, being able to focus on the grain, have that provenance, and rather than try and fight against nature to make everything kind of taste the same, it's just embracing what we get each year and kind of working with it. You know, it's fascinating to see the differences each year, you know, from the farms that we get in. So yeah, for me, it's a fantastic dram. It's one of my favorite drams in the range that we do, just because it's got Islay barley in it. You know,
it's one of those things I've seen, you know, over the years from Bruichladdich, but then also increasingly from other people, not only on the island, but also, Martin, you guys have been playing around with sort of more interesting grains as well. It's this whole idea of jumping out and actually thinking about what those grains are. And strangely, this is the excellent segue from all the other talks you've had this morning. Everybody at some point in time has jumped onto, oh yeah, grain's actually important. You know, and it is that idea of where things come from and imbuing stuff with a sense of place. Dawn and I both agreed not to use the T word. And so we're focusing on sense of place, I think, is our euphemism for the day.
My apologies for using it earlier then.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You get away with one. Any more than one, you go in my book. Don't worry. Yeah. But no, and this also highlights something else, which is just being on an island. You don't have loads of options. You go with what you got quite a lot of the time. But increasingly, we have boats and stuff, although Islay has boats maybe in name only. But getting stuff to Islay, getting stuff to Orkney, before you were growing local stuff, local barley, and like that, you just have to import everything, and Martin, I know over at Highland Park, you do some processing yourselves, but you also bring your grain in and then have to work on it on the island to try and play around there. What do you do when it comes to that sort of bringing grain into Orkney?
Yeah, well, whether we're going to bring our malt in or grain in is basically the same process. The grain we're using right now, I think we might go back to Concerto. Always, it's been Lauret we've used for quite a while, but we try to, of course, source that from the mainland, and then we get everything that's malted from Simpsons, and we can't grow enough, unfortunately, in Orkney to only use local. So over the last couple of years, we've done, I would call it experiments, because it's very small batches, like tartan barley and these kind of things. And basically, the farmers don't really want to grow it for us. And what we get out of it, the yield is very little. It gives different kind of flavor, a little bit more crispy and these kind of things. And that's some of the things. And then, as I know from Bruichladdich as well, we have bare barley, but we don't want to go back to that, because Bruichladdich do it, and we've kind of leave it to them. That's their game. But right now we are looking for things we can do with the farmers in Orkney and see if there's other types than tartan, but hopefully with a little better yield. Now, I just discovered that this lamb looks like a hat. I'm not wearing a hat. I might go down the seat. So yeah. No, so but I think it is the thing with some of the island distilleries that the logistic about barley will be probably one of the bigger things, and the same with everything else we need. And as for Orkney and as it is for Islay, it's just not the ingredients like barley or the casks or something. It's everything that also takes time. And if there's a bit of wind, we don't get the load of barley we need or the load of malt we need. And that's just how it is. But I think that's the charm or the romantic side of being an island distillery.
Yeah. Let's say, Georgie, I think you have a little bit of experience of playing around with getting malt onto the island. Did you not used to run Port Ellen maltings?
Yeah. I've had challenges with barley boats over the years and certain things. We've already sort of got the first one on the bingo card for what is challenging about islands, and that is no doubt transportation, and ferries being a part of that. A lot of the barley, if it's coming through the Port Ellen maltings, would be coming in by large barley boat. In fact, it's in Port Ellen right now, and it tends to have a sort of 3-week turnaround time, but it could be off doing other things with bricks or other things in between. So we have an app that we can look at to watch all the boats, and I still have all the barley boats on my app, so I do get notifications still when they're coming into Port Ellen. So, but yeah, that is a huge challenge, and it's not a challenge that's going to go away anytime soon. For ourselves at Port and Troon, we're trying to take some control with regards to raw materials, with putting our own maltings in. So it is about the barley rather than about the malt that becomes a challenge for us, and there is no doubt that is an ongoing challenge. We have new ferries coming. There is the barley boat that we can luckily also get supply from, but these things don't go away. Absolutely, to Adam's point, there's nothing nicer now than driving around Islay and seeing all the fields that are under barley. It is absolutely fantastic. I think between Bruichladdich and Kilholman especially, there is a huge amount of that happening here. We have some land ourselves, but as Martin said, the same challenge for Orkney. You will never be able to produce 100% on the island. It's just not possible to do that. But to be able to do some, I think, is fantastic, and it is an approach that we'll be looking at to be able to then take it through our own maltings. I have seen the yields that come out of distilleries like Springbank. From my background in Diageo, I think it certainly wouldn't have been acceptable to see the numbers that come out of, your own floor maltings and things like that. But luckily, our build is more around quality and about control of that quality. And and barley is going to be a huge step for us, and all the other raw materials that are a challenge to get to and from this island.
And that's the big thing I sort of find, and I'm sorry to sort of seemingly start on a downer. I wasn't start trying to sort of the thing. It's that thing that you have to make do with the situation you have, and that sort of drives you to change process and tweak the way you do things. Adam, you're saying you went to the local farmers to get this stuff because you wanted something. Jordan, you can't get the stuff in as much as you want, so you got your own malting floor, and it's those adjustments, those things you do, which allow you to then make it your own. And with that, I'd like to move on to the next whiskey, because next one, I want to try the Highland Park 18-year-old. Because there we go, Martin, one of your whiskies. The Highland Park 18. One of the things I love about Orkney is the fact that there's a distinctly Orkney character to it. Because on Islay, pretty much everybody, not everybody, sorry, Adam, uses Islay peat to get their malted barley smoky. But on Orkney, you do some of your malting locally, and you start using the local peat and playing with that, and that's right at the core of Highland Park 18. So, do you want to talk us through a little bit about Highland Park 18? Tell us what it is.
Yeah. So and you're absolutely right. We are malting 20 to 25% ourselves, but the ratio when we do our distilling and these kind of things, that's 80%. That is unpeated, that comes from Simpsons, as I said, and then the 20% that is peated from our own local peat source at Hobbieston. And it gives us a distinct flavor using Orkney peat. We actually tried some years back to stop the floor malting, and we got everything malted at Bears Malt in Inverness, and they were using local peat and completely changed their flavor. So we sent peat down to them to see if that would work. Didn't work at all. So that's one of the reasons we're still doing the floor malting and still, of course, using Orkney peat. And going through thousands of years, no trees have survived in Orkney, which is also one of the reasons with the wind that there's different barley types we can't grow in Orkney because they simply can't survive there. So what we're looking for is the flavor we get from the peat, which is not a massive one. We're not talking like Octomore or Port Charlotte, because our peat will not allow that. So it's more kind of a sweet floral honey note we're looking for, which definitely comes out in the 18-year-old. And then we're using approximately 45 to 50% first fill sherry cask, a good mix of European oak sherry season cask and European oak sherry season cask. Predominantly of those will be the European oak. That gives us a bit of sweetness as well, but also give us a good amount of nuttiness and a little bit of marzipan coming out, and orange peel and so on. So that's kind of the DNA. But what we always need to have, of course, is the finish of it. That needs to be this beautiful honey floral note with just a touch of smoke or peat or whatever you like with that. So, but that's the thing, and it's been on the market basically almost 27 years now. So and still doing well. So
if I remember correctly, many years ago, was it the Ultimate Beverage Challenge? They created a Hall of Fame so they wouldn't keep winning. They just moved it out of competition just to give someone else a chance. I was really pleased when I saw this. I said I'd like to do this tasting, and they said, I'll get some Highland Parks in, and they went, we'll start on the 18, shall we? And it's like, yes, thank you, well done, good, you may continue choosing whiskies. But the thing about this is it very much shows off that thing of working with what you've got, but also because you said there's no trees on Orkney, so if you want to dry out a load of barley and you don't have a coal boat turning up, what do? Oh, there we go, let's use some peat. On Islay, traditionally that big peaty character has always come from the fact that you don't want to chop down, the trees that are remaining on Islay, because you need those for other things. You use your peat, and you get that, big sort of peaty character on the Islay side. This softer peaty character into Highland Park, and not always, as you see, Adam our first whiskey is an unpeated one, and showing that versatility we now have, even on islands where, occasionally you do get a delivery of stuff on the boat. But so I'm literally coming over next week to Islay, and I've already had my boat change the time of it at least once. So, I'm slightly bitter, but, I think Georgie booked my ticket though, so I can't complain too much.
I did, absolutely. And Adam, we'll see you next Sunday.
Oh, extra good. Yes, we'll look out for you. And Billy, if you make it, I'll just have to give all your drams to Georgie. Sorry.
Yeah, so I've got a replacement for myself ready to go. But no, but yeah, on that sort of like that smokiness side, on that peat side, because all three of you sort of handle sort of peat in different ways. Martin, you bring in this stuff from the mainland, which is bring in stuff from mainland and mix it with your own local stuff. Adam, you get your malt peated on the mainland, and Georgie, when you've you'll be bringing in stuff, peating it yourself, but you've also worked bringing in things and peating it on the island. Is there any specific challenges for those three different approaches? Is there anything which really you think works best, or anything that is actually annoying about it, the way you do it? If I sort of jump around to you, Adam, to start with, you're bringing in lots of stuff, and so is there some challenge? Is there good things about that as well?
Yeah, I think again, like you say, the challenges, the logistics kind of help shape the flavour and the kind of approach you take. And for Bruichladdich, we've been working with beds since 2002. So when it reopened in 2001, interestingly, we our malt actually did come from Portellen, from the maltings there, and I think that one of the aims of Bruichladdich when it reopened wasn't just to kind of continue to do what was always done at Bruichladdich. It was about trying new things. So Jim McEwen in particular we're going to produce a peated whiskey. We'll continue to produce Bruichladdich as well, but unpeated, but we'll produce a peated whiskey. So the first year, or the first distillation when the stills ran again, was Port Charlotte. It was 40 ppm. It was heavy peated malt, and for various reasons, as 2002 we started to work with beds, and it really was again the opportunities that opened up for us. The techniques and the way they were doing things, and kind of those conversations led to the creation of Octomore. Because initially it would have been peated and unpeated, Bruichladdich, Port Charlotte, and that would have been it, had we continued with the same kind of drive. But Octomore was really a understanding how their peating process worked and how they could specify a specific ppm for each customer. It kind of, when they were talking about producing a hugely peated bag, get as much peat as they could into the batch, do it long and slow, get as much phenols as they could in there, and then cut that with unpeated to the specification of each customer they had. Jim McEwen, kind of what he took from that was, well, you make super heavy peated stuff, let's try that, and Octomore was born just to see what would happen from this really heavy peated malt. Again, there's been a lot of experimentation. As you say, the barley, the peat that beds use comes from the north of Scotland, so we're not making peated whiskey with Islay peat, which is quite unusual. We have tried it as well. We actually have sent peat, much to the same as Martin and Highland Park. We've sent peat to beds. But we couldn't achieve the levels of phenols with the Islay peat that we were getting to kind of create Port Charlotte, never mind Octomore. So I think, again, the type of, a lot of it will be down to the distillation, the cuts, and where those phenols come through in the distillation, but it is about the peat as well and what that gives us. And so we've developed a flavour, we've got a character. For me, I think Port Charlotte is Octomore as well, but I think Port Charlotte in particular is quite an unusual kind of Islay peated malt, because it is quite soft. That peat is quite dry. It's not, again, it's part of it's down to the distillation, how we're looking to get that cleanliness and the spirit that we always get with Bruichladdich, how we keep that purity in the Port Charlotte. But I think, the logistics of that definitely kind of shape a lot of the approach. Again, working with beds in terms of the Islay barley and all this kind of stuff, as we're bringing malt in from Inverness, we're able to take barley back up there to malt. So there's that kind of system that actually works well logistically for us. It's not wasted journeys of the trucks going back empty. So that's always been a positive thing. But yeah, I think, as I say, like even working with beds, the ability to do single farm things for us, to be able to, for example, Octomore, James Brown, the farmer there, grows barley that we keep separate So that becomes octomore of octomore. So you've got that unique provenance, that super heavy level of peat. Again, the quality of the barley that we're using for that, again, to George's point, when you're looking at the yields of some of these things, it's again, we're looking for flavor, we're not looking for yield. So we're okay. We take the hit, we accept it as what it is. Bruichladdich, Bruichladdich, it's a little bit more expensive, but when you understand the reasons why, people are generally more accepting of that. But when you're working with barley that again doesn't necessarily yield as much, it seems to be able to take on the peat really well. If it's a bit husky, So I think you just to come back to your question, I think it definitely the logistics, the location we are, the approach we take. There's not many options for us, and the one we have just now works for us. But again, like looking at malting our own barley has been a project that since. I don't know. I mean, it's always been an idea that we'd want to do it, but for the last kind of 10 years or so, since I've been kind of head distiller, a lot more involved in these kind of things. In the 3-year plan or in the 5-year plan, it's always in year 3, and every year it's in year 3. So it always just keeps moving out. Things like electricity supply, all this kind of stuff. We can't get electricity to do it. So again, and there's always so many different priorities, But
ever since the first time I visited the island, which was to come visit Bruichladdich, I was told, we've got this incredible plan to do this. Yeah. It's in about 3 years' time. Yeah, it's the same year you said we've just distilled some rye for the first time or something like that, and that'll be in about 3 years' time. And I know what you mean. It's always that thing. There's always the thing you want to try and get done. But also, this is something for me is that this has come up in the last talk I was doing with some guys about standards. And we're talking about, I'm going to use the T word, that's my one, I'm allowed. So this idea of terroir, what does that actually mean? It means lots of different things. That sense of place can come from every part of your process, Yeah. And I don't think there's anybody who wouldn't say Bruichladdich and all the whiskies you make are definitely Islay whiskies. But, all the whiskies, Georgie, you've worked on, they're Islay whiskies, bits of it are done on Islay, bits of it from elsewhere, and like that. It doesn't matter, And, Highland Park, so over the years, you've done bits and pieces which are brought in things from all over the place, and like that, but they're still very much Orcadian whiskies. Oh, yeah. That sense of place comes from lots of different places, and really, it's all about how you use your process, how you use your ingredients to actually express what you're trying to express. I get very annoyed about this. Sorry, I have like 17 different ways of describing the word terroir, every different bit of process. So I've got that out of the way. There we go. I don't need to talk about it anymore. But oh dear me. But anyway, so we should probably jump onto another whiskey. I've just looked at the time. So, Georgie, do you want to tell us a little bit about the elements of Islay cask edit?
Yeah, absolutely. So obviously this is, from Elixir Distillers as an independent bottler, and as an independent bottler that are really, really passionate about Islay. And you can see that in obviously our Elements of Islay range and the Portaski range. These are really central brands that we have. This came out as part of a sort of revamp of the range. There was 3 whiskies came out at the same time. One is a bourbon edition, one is the sherry edition. And then this cask edit is really bringing together the bourbon and the sherry whiskies. It's actually a blended malt whiskey. So we are taking whiskey from a distillery on the northeast of the island, and we're taking whiskey from a distillery on the south of the island, and we're bringing them together. We're using different woods as well. So there is some Oloroso sherry butts, some Oloroso sherry hogsheads. We have got some refill bourbon, American oak in there, and we've got some first fill unrinsed bourbon barrels as well in this whiskey. And really, this is an opportunity for our blender Ollie to play, in advance of having Port and Troon, and actually try to represent what we absolutely love about Islay whiskies. What are those flavours that get us really excited? And actually, we're getting excited about making ourselves in the future. And this is a sort of time for us to use the Elements of Islay brand to really do that. And he's done it incredibly well. I think it absolutely really brings the best out of what we love about Islay whiskies. Not just these 2 distilleries, obviously, but what you have is this unbelievable smoky sweetness that comes from the distillery in the northeast. I think we can all guess which one that is. And that distillery really distinctly has that lovely wood smokes of almost icing sugar sweetness and a wee bit of sort of a meaty character in there, which really, really comes through. And then you get that South Coast distillery, which has quite a distinct love it or hate it character, to use some of their own branding. And talking about peat, as we have been, this really sort of shows that uniqueness about where peat comes from and how it can have different flavour profiles itself going into the whiskies. And I always think for the South Coast distillery, really where they're cutting their peats, which is on what we call the low road here on Islay, so basically nearby the airport, onto the sea, onto Lochandall, that side, that you really do get that iodine characteristic coming through. And I believe, that is coming in the peat, because if you think about that organic material that has broken down over all those years, like it is in Orkney, where you have that heather and more, the sort of floral, characteristics and things that come from that. Actually, here on Islay, especially where they're cutting peat from this distillery, you're getting more of that sort of seaweed and iodine and sort of briny characteristic coming through. And I think that is very distinct in that whiskey, and it certainly comes through hugely in this cask edit that Ollie's pulled together for us to really shine a light on what good quality Islay whiskies taste like. And also he's done it really as a drinking dram. That's the big thing for this whiskey is it's to be a drinking dram, to be enjoyed, as we are today, or in cocktails, long drinks, that sort of thing as well.
And the thing which I really like about this again is sort of looking at these sort of things that are difficult to do on the island, but all three of you have done sort of really well with the sort of whiskey you worked on, is the playing around with wood a little bit. Getting a load of casks over to an island is not an easy thing. But I know, for these may be sort of like, played around with off island as well, but you're making sure you can get that balance of that Islay character with sherry, which I know is a thing which is particularly difficult. I know, Martin, over in Orkney, you guys do use a lot of sherry casks, and I will not get onto what cask you use quite for the moment, Adam, because I can't think of all of them, because there's quite a few. I've walked around your warehouse and just looked at things saying, is that actually a cask? I don't understand. It's a piece of wood. But so jumping over to you, Martin, you guys use a lot of sherry casks. You were saying this is a balance of that bourbon and sherry side of things. But what is it that why do you use sherry casks so much? That peat and sherry thing is something that people often avoid when it comes to making whiskies.
Yeah, well, it's a good question, but I think we're not making a heavily peated malt, because then we probably wouldn't have used the amount of European oak sherry cask we do. But because it's kind of a gently peat, it goes well with with especially the European oak. But we're also using American oak sherry seasoned casks. We're using a small amount of bourbon cask, and we're using refill cask, and then I should say we always make experiments. We have a few different bottlings with Spanish Rioja casks, and we have port wine casks, and there'll be something new coming out very, very soon. And we never use the cask as a finish. We have full maturation in the cask, even the port wine cask and so on, and then mix them together after that. But I think historical for Highland Park has always been the European oak that has been the preferred one for us, and that's part of the DNA today. But even though we do that, can't stop us from making something different now and again, which some will call special editions. We call them fun, because that's what it is, to now and again break out of your comfort zone, which is the European oak. But for our core range, up to with the 18, from 10, 12, 15, 18, is all about sherry casks we're using there. Then when we come to the 21, we can now and again break out, and we have used port wine casks there. We've used a few bourbon casks, and then we do the same with 25, where we basically used virgin oak as well in the latest 21 for 20 or 25 years in virgin oak, which gave a quite unique flavor, I would say. There's a different kind of rules we follow, but we also now and again break out of the comfort zone. But preferred cask will always be the European oak sherry seasoned cask that we use. Yeah.
Excellent. And I really like that thing of the fact that you do experiment, because you are very well known for these things. But that doing that experimentation, playing with other casks, And if there's any distillery in Scotland who is known for that, hello, Adam.
Yeah, we've got a bit of a reputation, don't we?
And as somebody who is not often a fan of wine casks, I've been often very annoyed when visiting the distillery because you give me sandwiches from a wine cask which I should hate. Everything about it is something that I should dislike intensely, and annoyingly I like them. It's very upsetting when you do that. But you do have this whole So I never tell anybody at the distillery I like it. Don't worry, I still try and keep my reputation intact. But no. You do experiment with a lot. You're playing around not only using your unpeated whiskies, which is a much more sort of like well-trodden path, but also the smoky things where people don't generally mess around with them so much.
Yeah.
What do you find when you play around with those sort of smoky whiskies along with these stranger casks?
I think they're not necessarily stranger casks to us. I think it's how you look at it. Again, coming into the early days of Bruichladdich, again, Jim would be looking for bourbons, you'd be looking for sherries, and straight away you couldn't get sherries at that time. They were very, very difficult to get. And when we did get some, I remember a particular batch not long after I started working there that we basically had all the staves were cracking. It was whoever had sold these casks to them were, we never bought any more from them anyway. Let's just say that. And so, with those kind of that wine background, that kind of knowledge of particularly the wines of Bordeaux through Mark Rainier, obviously CEO of Bruichladdich now at Waterford, and Simon Coughlin, they had these contacts across brands and were looking for they knew the quality of wood that was being used. Again, that French oak, they knew just that there was something worth trying. And if you go down to like the south of France, looking at Rivesaltes, for example, then you're going to get a nice, sweet, fortified wine that could be considered quite similar to a sherry cask in many ways. So it was worth a try. It was worth a look at. And like you say, the options we've tried, there's some casks we've tried once and never used again. Some casks we go back to each year. Some casks we want to become favourites, like Sauterne cask, for example. It actually works really nicely in with a Port Charlotte or an Octomore. Again, like to Martin's point, finishing was always something that Jim in particular detested the term, and why would you just leave whiskey in casks for X amount of time and then feel like you need to give it 6 months or something else? And that was the important thing. When you make whiskey, every single step of the process, from literally, the maltings and the barley trials that are 10 years in advance, all the way through to what type of glass you're putting it in. Everything is important and plays a part in that final whiskey. So he was very keen to actually get the influence of the wood, of the spirit, from a lot of different things and create things. And whiskies like Black Art came out of that just experimentation and try things we've never tried before. But sorry, coming back to your point about peated whiskey, I think that kind of sweet, again, that European oak, that kind of sweet, kind of thing you maybe get from a Sauterne or something like, a fortified wine of some variety, and the smoke, it's always really seemed to work well with us. The balance of smoke we always get, to go back to that again, in the spirit as well, really, really helps. And, we try things that don't always work as individual, cask types with the smoke. But again, when you start to think about blending and how you create whiskies and how you put them together, the characteristics of one cask can complement another, and you put whiskies together that individually maybe wouldn't be kind of the character you'd want, but when you start to blend, you bring things back together again. So I think that in spirit, that it was always fearless. It was always just, let's try it and see what happens. And if we've got good quality of wood, we've got a good reputation from the producer of that cask, and we've done everything we possibly can in the process to make the best spirit. If you're watching over it and you're looking at it and you're brave, then I think you can't really go wrong with those kind of things. So again, it's about integration. It's about the quality of wood as much as it is about the wine, because again, we can put spirit into or whiskey into a wine cask for a short period of time, and it can absolutely ruin that spirit. It changes it drastically, but give it a bit of time, get a bit of backbone from the oak, just allow things to balance, and all of a sudden, things start to really come together. I mean, it's amazing when you all know when you taste, you go back to the same cask and taste it every year for 10 years, and there's going to be times where you think, oh my god, that's amazing, and then there's going to be a couple of years later where you think, oh, it's really gone, and then it comes back and it moves all the time. These are living, breathing kind of experiments all the time. So it's always been an exciting thing for us to do that, and again, we've got a reputation for it. Part of it again comes down to just necessity, part of it comes down to that freedom of, hey, let's just try it, let's see what happens, which is exciting, really exciting.
It's one of the things, to come back to you, Geordie, with that blending thing, this is a blended malt, and it's all about bringing together those different things. Are you guys playing around with lots of casks as well? Are you tinkering or?
Yeah, absolutely. And we do, as Elixir distillers, as independent bottlers, we buy both as new make spirit, in tankers for much of what we can do. So everything in maturation is controlled by ourselves. But we also will buy, parcels of casks as well. And quite often that then involves recasking and working with different things. So there's a huge amount of wood management that goes on there. And to Adam's point, and it's the bit that really excites me about the stage that we're going to be at in a year with Port and Troon is well, why wouldn't you just try a lot of things? Why wouldn't you play? That has been the biggest appeal for me, moving forward and joining Elixir Distillers is having that freedom to try these things. I've never known, you'll know soon enough, within a couple of years, whether, you're going to buy these casks again or try this thing again or whatever. But I've never known whiskey ever to go down the drain, so we'll always find something to do with it, or we'll use these things to work to our advantage. But to be able to work in the types of distilleries where, that freedom to actually try new things and do things and try different wood types. And, for us at Port and Troon, we're going to start off by making 4 different spirit types, that will have entirely different recipes, different phenol levels, different yeasts, different fermentation styles, distillation styles. So it is that ethos almost of exactly what we've got there with Elements of Islay, where actually we will have different spirits from the same distillery that we can then use to create, really unique flavour profiles within the brand. And that's what I mean by sort of Ollie's doing some of that just now to try and work out what it is we like and what sort of styles we want to make in the future. But I see a lot of experimentation within the distillery, but within the wood management going forward as well. And he already has, a huge amount of skills and is already doing that with the brands that we have. So he's already gaining all that knowledge and experience that we'll take into Port and Troon.
Yeah, I said only 4. I thought last time I think I spoke to you, said like 14 or something.
There's a whole pilot plant, which is a second distillery, but we don't talk about that. We pretend that's not happening. That's beyond malt whiskey. That's into all different cereal types and rums and all different spirit types. But for the main distillery, 4 or 5 main characters.
That's in your 5-year plan, but it only happens every third. Yeah.
Do the best thing is just now, anything that someone's asking me just now, I'm just going, that sounds like a 2026 project, no?
The 3rd year of the master plan, yeah.
Exactly. That's how I'm going to start. Soon enough, it'll be 2027, I'm sure I'll be saying.
Yeah. I did very much like that. It's 4, and then it became 4 or 5 within,
Yeah,
well
absolutely.
Well done for being so restrained. So, and we should jump on to another whiskey. So, I want to jump over to Highland Park again before we start moving on to some big smoky things. And I don't want to hurt Highland Park 21 by sort of swamping it with a bit of smoke before it. So, Martin, you were saying this plays around a little bit differently to the rest of the range.
Yeah, so this 21 here, it's a batch of only 14 casks we used. It's European oak sherry seasoned cask. It's hogsheads, so not the original sherry pots that we normally associate sherry cask with. And then it's bourbon casks, first fill bourbon cask, and some refills. And it gives us a bit more citrusy than if we just use the sherry pot. So there'll be a bit more citrusy there. There's some again the orange peel come, but again the DNA of Highland Park is definitely there at the end. But we like playing around with the bourbon cask and the refill cask that would be ex-American oak as well. Here gives us a beautiful touch of vanilla coming out, the sweetness at the end as well. So it's not 100% European oak, but the European oak is there just to give it a little bit of punch to play around with as well, together with the vanilla notes and the citrus at the end as well. So a bit of a different 21-year-old. We bottle at 46%, which is a bit unusual for us as well. We do it with the older ages, but not in our core range. But something we definitely have talked about that it might happen. But as you know, if just to increase the percentage with 6 or even 3%, we need a little bit more casks, and we are still a tiny distillery compared to some of the big players. But we definitely succeeded with this 21, and they all come in different kind of batches. Where, as I said, we have made 21 with port wine cask as well, and so on. But this is with bourbon cask and American oak and some refill casks. So yeah, but I hope you enjoy it.
It's one of the things I very much enjoy is that we are now seeing you guys using some bourbon casks again. Because I know you went all in on the sherry side of things for a while, and I sort of went, I like bourbon casks. And then, I had to, go and find full volume and all these other sort of like special editions you did. And now, thankfully, you're making whiskey for me again, which is always nice.
Yeah, I think never underestimate the really good bourbon casks. They are there to give good balance, and they give some different flavors. And in my honest opinion, and of course Georgie and Adam can disagree, which of course they're allowed to, but I think using bourbon cask also allowed to show the distillery character, the liquid we are making, the new make coming out in a better way. It's not just covered with sherry, but the bourbon cask now and again allows that character that we really see in the new make to come out as well, where sometimes not sometimes, probably all of the time, if too much sherry will break down the character that you actually, as Adam said, spend years to learn how to produce, and get that distillery character, where I really think that bourbon casks now and again give us this beautiful touch of what the distillery actually stands for as well.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, and I think about this quite a lot. And funnily enough, the peaty debate also brings these conversations to the fore as well, where you get a lot of people will always say, well, they don't make that whiskey like they used to. They used to use 100% sherry cask, or it used to be I think it was much more peaty in the 70s and 80s. I mean, we all know that these conversations happen. We're all part of these debates. But what I always sort of think about it, and having done quite a lot of research on the reopening of Portellen, I got to see a lot of the blending information within Diageo, and a lot of what all the different distilleries that were under the distillers company at the time, what blends they were going into, and also the comments that were coming back from the blenders on the new makes that they were getting. And it's the same with the wood as well. And it was very much that people have to remember that the whiskies in the past were made as blend whiskies, and that actually, we are a supply and demand business, like any business is. And because we're now pushing more towards single malt, a lot of us, that's the bit of the business that we work in and where our passion is. Actually, the whiskies have had to change, because actually they have to be more drinkable. They have to be what the consumer actually wants them to be. And I think that this idea that, big sherry whiskies, well, yeah, that's great if you're going to put a small portion of that into a blend, or big peaty whiskies. Yeah, again, brilliant if it's 10% and it's the backbone of a blend. But when it comes to malt whiskey now, I think we are seeing a shift away of bringing down peating levels using different types of wood. And that's actually because we're wanting to make drinking malt whiskies. And that's quite a different thing, I think, from what we saw in the past, where a lot more of that sort of was happening. And I think, Highland Park do incredibly well, because actually, the sherries woods that you are using, but the peating levels that you use make it a nice drinking whiskey. But I think, there's still this idea out there of, it's a shame everyone's moved away from sherry. It's a shame they don't make such highly peated whiskies, all of that thing. But actually the end product's quite different now from what it used to be back when that was. But yeah, that's a debate I get into usually quite late at night, quite a lot of the time.
Yeah, but I think for all of us, it's a debate that we have basically more or less every time we do a tasting. And we often hear that when people try a 12 or 18, they say, well, it's so much better 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And as you say, whiskey is different now, and there's no need to come with excuses. But you also have to remember, when we launched, for instance, the 18-year-old in the late 90s, we had nothing that was older than 18. So the cask we were using were not 18 at that time. They were much older because
very common.
We had them anyway. So why not put them into the oldest we had at that time, 18 and so on. And that was the same with the 12-year-old. It was much older back in the days, where today, every company that have success like Bruichladdich and Elixir, when we have success, we also have to hire people called accountants. And accountants always look at, why are you using 36-year-old and an 18-year-old, and so on. And that's some of the things as well. You have to think about that. Whiskey have changed and needed to change, I think, to be honest as well, because we're going in a different direction. So
yeah, absolutely. But to the point you make, and the whiskey at the end that I'll try very much shows that, which is why put all the hard work and effort in at the distillery. Adam knows this too well as well, for people not to actually taste it and appreciate it, and I think you're right. Sometimes bourbon does allow that balance of being able to showcase what the distillery does and does really well in creating that new make spirit that is the DNA of everything that runs through every single bottling, no matter the age or the types of wood.
I think as well as that, if I can jump in with that what we've seen using, again, the local barley and the vintage approach, when you look through the different varieties that are used, you look at the kind of the conditions each year, there's so much changes all the time. Again, the different types of wood. And I always say to people this, that, you could try and make everything taste the same all the time and try and replicate what was done in the 70s, 80s. You could try and do that if you really wanted to, but you're fighting against what you've got in front of you. And using that, and nothing in life ever stays the same. Everything is changing, everything's evolving, and the whiskey we make should represent what we think, what we do, not necessarily what was done 30, 40 years ago. It's about now. It's about representing that time, that place. It's how we can market a whiskey like the Islay Barley 2014 or the Islay Barley 2014 Port Charlotte. It should be different. It should change. It should evolve. And as long as distillers, we're taking every opportunity to do the best job we can to get the best flavors. That's what's exciting about whiskey. That's what's good about whiskey, rather than, well, let's just do what we've always done.
No, absolutely. It's made from living and evolving ingredients, so we have to sort of get the best out of those and produce something that is living and evolving itself. So
yeah, it's incredible, the themes we just keep on coming back to, and that piece of whiskey is a living and evolving thing. It's not the same now as it was last year or the year before. Every year people come up with new ideas, people's palates change, the way we make things changes, the environment changes, everything changes. And as long as we move with that and keep making great tasting things, whiskey will continue being a lovely thing. So yeah, maybe we should probably drink some more whiskey on that note. Yeah. So Adam, jumping over to Port Charlotte, which one do we have here? We have the Port Charlotte 2014 Islay Barley. So we've had your unpeated, and we're now jumping to the peated side.
Yeah. So it's interesting actually with this one. I was looking at the two bottles. I've got the two bottles in front of me here, and obviously it's the same vintage. They're both 2014 vintage, and so when you look at the labels and they've got the name of the farms on them, it's exactly the same farms. When we were doing this, obviously this was grown in 2013, distilled in 2014. And what was happening then, and kind of what happens now, is that kind of because the Islay Barley kind of project, if you like, has grown so much, and as we were talking about, we can't make 100% of the whiskey that we distill with Islay grown barley. It's around about 50%. So we're around about the 1,800 to 2,000 tons of barley harvested most years for the last few years, but some have been less. But as it's grown so much, Andrew Wood, who's one of the farmers just down the road that optified for us, he can't deal with the logistics, the land and the sheds and the drying equipment is what we've got, and we're investing and he's investing each year to make it bigger and better. But there's almost so much barley coming in as it was getting going through the drying down to kind of 12% moisture. It's then just going into a shed. So we're not keeping everything separate for everything. For the Octomore we would do, for Raymond's Sunderland we would do, for Ian McCarroll Island Farm, for Andrew Jones at Cool we would keep theirs separate, but we couldn't do that for everyone. And only because these guys are growing enough of a tonnage that when we send 112 tons basically to beds, that's the smallest batch they can malt individually. Everyone else just kind of gets mixed together. So this nice Islay, I won't use the T word. You get this nice kind of combination of Islay kind of farms. So you get a couple of different varieties and things in there as well. But obviously, so it's the same kind of barley. Only what would have happened in the malting process, of course, the Port Charlotte, there would have been some that would have been heavily peated, which then would have been blended in to give us a 40 ppm ppm in the malt, which then of course will bring down and make as Port Charlotte. So it's the same vintage, same farms. The difference being the peat smoke and you'll actually find that there's similarities to the two drams, but the peat, they're both different and they are the same. The peat has such a big part in that. But you get this when you nose that again. It's I always think what we try and make when we're distilling, what we're aiming for in terms of the the mashing. That it's very traditional distillery. The mashing is long. It takes a lot of time. It's 4 waters rather than 3. What we're doing there, everything is slow. It's a slow extraction of sugar. It's a long time to get things through. The fermentation again, we are in no rush for the fermentation. It's long. We develop a lot of flavour that way. Get that real floral notes really coming through, and then through the stills again, we're in no rush. And actually, particularly in the spirit, when we're taking the cuts, when we're keeping that that cut really tight, and the phenols will start to come through towards the end of the spirit cut and into the tails. We're not interested in how much smoke we retain in the spirit. It's just about that classic Bruichladdich style, that fruity, floral, elegant, kind of pure spirit. And so I think when you get that, you get this nice balance. You get those kind of floral, like honeysuckle notes. You get that sweetness. You're going to get like citrus notes coming through there. And that smoke just sits there, but it's dry, it's earthy, it's a heathery kind of smoke. It's not iodine. It's not, again, just as George was saying before, the character of the peat you can really taste coming through. How we're distilling accentuates that. And when you have a little taste, again, I always like to look at this in the glass. I mean, just that viscosity, that texture, that slow distillation, everything we do, that old distillery just kind of really preserves those oils that come from the barley all the way through the process. So you can just see the way those legs are sitting in the glass. In terms of the aging profile, again, it's predominantly bourbon casking just to allow that flavor to come through, to think about the barley and its influence. So that would you compare a 2014 Islay barley to 13, you're going to get the influence of the barley coming through. The cask won't have overpowered anything there. So you get this lovely kind of, again, this nice vanilla, which works with those floral notes. You've got that lovely citrus, that lovely kind of lemon, that kind of zesty lemon. It's almost like lemon meringue pie. There's that sugary sweetness coming through. And when you taste that sort of, again, 50% ABV. Again, I think a lot of this is because it's non-chill filtered. Usually that would be 46% minimum. We find even at 46, we still would get a lack of clarity. And actually, we always asked ourselves, 46 was the lowest we could go, so that was the most water we could put in. What's the best flavor profile? What's the best balance? So we found that 50% is for us, where you just get that balance of the texture. So that feels there's not too much dilution. That viscosity really sits in the palate. Again, we're trying to bring all those oils through, but it's nice and clear, it's crisp, you've got that lovely malty smoke. I mean, the smoke is there, but it's not dominating, and it'll come through more on the finish, on the palate. It'll sit there a little bit longer. But for me, that's just a different take on an Islay whiskey. Everyone knows Islay as the peated region, and we're in an amazing company with the distilleries that are producing, around us on the island. But I think there's something nice about having that Bruichladdich style, something different. It's gentle smoke, it's dry, earthy smoke. It's, again, the cask management is about accentuating that quality in the spirit, and just seeing how things you try and get that balance, trying to get things so you're really representing the malt is forward in there, the barley is really forward in there, it's playing its part, it's not hidden behind the cask, it's not hidden behind the smoke. So I think with Islay barley, again, it's for us, again, the provenance of that is fantastic, because talking about that point about the Islay being a peaty region, this for us is, the barley's grown here. It's peated. I know the peat's not Islay peat, but it's that peaty smoke, and it just encapsulates the kind of what we think an Islay whiskey should be, a little kind of alternative to what everyone else is doing, and what everyone else is doing is amazing. We hope that we're considered in the same regard as everyone else, and the quality of what that is.
This is the thing, I was saying, there's so many different places where you can create that local character. There's lots of different reasons why you can taste, local. Whiskey's distilled, it's matured off the island. Whiskey can be tankered off the island entirely, from the moment it's spirit. That's the only time it's on the island, but it's still off the island. There's all these different places where you can start bringing that together, and there is a distinctive character. On Orkney, things are really developing and changing on Orkney now. You've got a couple of distilleries, but there are new guys coming in now. And that will expand even more what you're doing up there. There's the ongoing joke of we have these lovely independently bottled unknown whiskies that we can say is they're not Scapa. Soon that will actually mean that we actually don't know where they're from. There's lots of changes there. And across Islay, we've seen that development of the Islay style to be wider and wider at the same time as distinctly Islay. And, I really hope we see more of that on Orkney as that develops there as well. This is the thing about the islands, is they are, from all the things we've talked about, you have constraints and you work to your constraints, and the constraints create the character that you sort of work to. And that's really intriguing to me. And I'm someone who's obsessed with islands. I just quite like bodies of water and things that are surrounded by them. It's I like bridges, really like bridges as well. But there is a little thing about islands are fascinating because they are little microcosms of strangeness. I don't mean that in a weird way. They are different to other places.
There's no doubt about it.
So we only have one bridge in Orkney, and that's I think it's 5 meters long or something like that. So yeah. So
if I finally manage to visit, that's really easy for my I Spy book of bridges. So that's nice and easy. So.
Just your point, Billy, about sort of islands are different, and that sort of thing. I think that is at the core and the heart of whiskies from islands, because I think we can talk about the T word or not use the T word, or the 1,000 small changes within any distillery that make it, but actually the place is a huge part of that, the people as well within that place. And I think for me, whiskies that are from islands taste like they're from islands, but they're actually made by people. And to that end, I would always use the word uncompromising. That's always been the sort of way I've thought about Islay whiskies, and the people as well. The people are uncompromising. There are challenges of making whiskies, and we can sit here and moan about ferries all we want, but do you imagine doing this 200 years ago? So everyone before us has had these challenges, and probably more so. We were maybe not making the same global products that some guys on the islands are making today, but people had to have tenacity. There's a term in Scotland called thrawn, which is stubborn. So people here are quite thrawn, but they also are quite ingenious. They will turn their hand. I always think about someone who Adam knows well, Duncan McGilvery, and I think about what he did to get Bruichladdich Distillery, back going, and the stories that you hear about how we managed to do that. And that was a man that was an engineer at heart, really, put everything into getting that place back up and running. But there's lots of people like Duncan McGilvery, although there was only ever one Duncan McGilvery, really. But, there's lots of people like that on these islands because they had to be like that. You have to adapt. You have to change. You're not going to get that pump on time. You're going to have to use a bit of a fishing boat in your conveyor at the maltings. These are true stories, and it is just that. But I think you taste that in the whiskey. To me, that is actually what is unique about these island whiskies, is all of those challenges end up in that glass, as does the uncompromisingness of the, spending a winter on an island. People move here thinking it'll be wonderful, but not everyone can last that sort of isolation or, chosen isolation. But, again, the place that we make it in is also in that glass, that sort of uncompromising sort of situation that we find ourselves in quite a lot. And I think that is actually truly where the T word comes into it, which, for me.
No, very much so. And whenever I talk, the reason why I don't like using that word is because it means so many certain things to certain people. Yeah. And the way I always say is, people say, what makes it, a change to a whiskey? And I say it's everything. Phase of the moon, color of the socks of the distiller, how bad the day of the stillman went. All that sort of thing. All these things will make these tiny changes all the way through it, from the day that barley is sown in the ground and that rain fell to make the water that came through for your, through what random borehole you're sort of putting water out of. It's everything. We have one more whiskey and I'm almost out of time. So I think we should probably jump onto this final one. And Georgie, it may not be your whiskey anymore, but it's sort of your whiskey anyway, I feel, this one. We have a Lagavulin 12-year-old, the 2015 release from the Gadget Special Releases. A whiskey which used to be the unplayed around with entry in the Gadget Special Releases. A whiskey which just showed off this very, very pure sort of character of a distillery, which did its own thing in various ways. But this was sort of like the uncompromising, this is what else they can do. Before we wrap up, George, you want to tell us about this?
Yeah, like we touched on earlier on, for me, I think this, the 12-year-olds in the special releases were really that way of you seeing a bit more about the work and the effort that the guys do at the distillery, making the spirit, and it strips away some of the layers of the wood that you get in traditionally the 16 or the Distillers Edition Lagavulin. I think now Lagavulin has an 8-year-old, but before that, the 12-year-old was really that way of you getting a better look at that spirit quality, and really what the sort of distillation style is at the distillery. Much smaller stills. When you nose this whiskey and you think about maybe their sister distillery on the same island of Kalila, they're using the same malt, they're using the same yeast, different fermentation styles, but very different distillation styles. And that's what really comes out, I think, in this one, is that sort of smaller, stumpier still that Lagavulin has in comparison to the sort of tall, elegant stills of Kalila. So you do get a sort of slightly heavier, oilier characteristic, although they do a very slow second distillation at Lagavulin to try and make sure that the copper content is there to make this pure. But I just love this. This to me is walking on the beach. You're there, you've got the bonfire, you've got the tar rope. It's all those absolute words that people just would use for an Islay whiskey. It is actually all in this glass, and you do that, get that sort of lovely woody smokiness. And it's back to the point I made earlier, no matter where you are in the world, if you've been to Islay and you've been, enjoying, the unique and wonderful place that this is, if you're then trying this whiskey, no matter where you're going back to in the world, once you put your nose in the glass, it takes you back to Islay. And I think that's what's really important about all Islay whiskies, is that sense of being able to go back to that place where you tasted it on the island.
I think that's the thing. Unfortunately, I need to wrap up because I've got people staring at me from the door and giggling from the door now. But this thing about Island whiskies, and it's exactly that. It's that sense of place. And no, it's not only Islay and Orkney. I've still not been up to Orkney, which is a horrific situation, which I need to remedy. But I've been to loads of islands in Scotland. You can go to Jura, you go to Mull, you go to these places where you can get the whiskies there, and you then come back to the whiskey afterwards. And Port Charlotte, I try out and I say, have you been to Port Charlotte at the beginning of winter when everybody's burning peat on the fire? Well, that's what that tastes like. That's what that smells like, And Lagavulin, it's very much I've been to Lagavulin. Oh, that's what that smells like. There's this whole thing that really sort of pulls you back to that sense of place. Friends of mine have been up to Highland Park, which is pretty much every person I know apart from me. Exactly the same thing, that whole thing of, you get a glass of Highland Park and you're back there. And that sense of place and that sense of memory, and that is one of the reasons why things are great when it comes to flavor, when it comes to the way that brains work and the way that memory works. It draws you back. And islands have such more, much more than just the spirit. There's a much more story, like every distillery has. But there's something special about island distilleries, I find. Mostly because I just really like islands. But it is that whole thing of it really does bring you back to those places. But anyway, thank you so much, folks. Unfortunately, we do have to wrap up. But I will be seeing at least a couple of you soon to learn. Find out, dig out more stories, or in Adam's case, stand on a stage and tell me a load of stories.
Some of them need to be true, Billy.
I'm about to say I wouldn't expect all of them to be true, but it's fantastic to see you all, and thank you very much for joining us. And hopefully see you all again soon. But if anybody else who's watching online, hang around for a little bit longer, and you'll be joined by colleagues to have a chat with our next mystery guest. Yes. Okay, CJ from Single Malt Vault will be having a chat with Ortis to sort of learn all about the wonder of his journey in the wonder of the whiskey world. But anyway, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us, and I shall see you three sometime soon, and I shall see all the rest of you later on.
Thanks,
Good to
Ned.
see you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Billy and his guests for the last talk. We are going to have a quick chat now as part of the We Are Whisky campaign with CJ of Single Malt Vault. There's no time for dilly-dally, so we're just going to get straight into it. CJ, welcome.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. Nice to have you on board.
Thank you.
You are very active on social media and you've been doing this for a while. Can you tell us how long and what got you into it?
I mean, I heard you mention that, your first whiskey was JD and Coke. That was probably mine back at uni days.
Top in the gateway.
That's way back in like 1999. So move on to 2008. I went to Auchentoshan Distillery. I mean, your first visit to a distillery is just an eye-opener. Tried some whiskey and I was like, what are these flavors? And I was just like, this is nutty, cereal, even some chocolate. I was like, this is not what I expected at all. So that kind of opened my palate and my mind to finding out more. Then I had a gluten allergy, so I couldn't drink beer anymore, which I loved my beers, so I couldn't do that. And then I stopped drinking for a little while, and then I was like, I need to see what I can have. I thought, I've got some whiskeys. Can I do it? It's distilled, so the gluten basically is taken away. So 2016, I went to my first whiskey show, and then I started my Instagram like a month later, and got to go on so many journeys and so many visits to places that I never imagined at that time. So just incredible to have shared some of that with yourself as well.
Yes, been very fortunate to have been on some of the same journeys. Auchentoshan then was your first distillery visit. How did you go from JD to Auchentoshan? What made you think I need to visit a distillery? What had you sampled up until that point that motivated you to go somewhere else?
I mean, we were just on holiday, so it was like with family and friends.
Yes.
And we were going to Glasgow, and we were like, "Where can we go?" Somebody said, "Look, there's a distillery not too far." So that was it. We just went to. It was a bit of tourism.
Yes.
So a bit of tourism led me into whiskey. I guess that's the way it can be seen.
Describe your platform. So single malt vault. Is it just about what you're drinking? Is it what you're curious about? Is it what people should buy? Is it your own personal collection?
It's my personal journey. That's the way to look at it. I think. You know, if I bought something and I'm trying it, that's what I've got. If someone's sent me something like a press sample, if I'm on a press trip, or if I'm just visiting distilleries or visiting Scotland for any other reason, English distilleries, obviously. So it just to show what I'm up to at the time, depending on what the scenario is.
Okay. Is there anyone who's really inspired your journey?
I can't pinpoint it to one person. There's so many influences, but obviously Sukhinder Singh, you know, the variety of whiskies that he's produced and showcased as well is incredible. When I met Sarah Burgess the first time in a lab, and I just saw what she was doing was incredible. That really, you know, inspired me into understanding more about blending whiskies, whether it's a single malt blended of variety of casks from the same distillery, or, you know, general blends from different distilleries. Polly Logan, just so many people. Yeah, Dawn Davies, you know, who you're enjoying your day with, your whole 24 hours with today.
Yes.
It's there's I mean I could just keep naming names. There's so many, but so many different influences. And I think that's perfect, because otherwise it's, you know, it's just one dimensional. Otherwise, I think that's everybody's going to be influenced by so many different people.
Yeah, I agree. I think one of the beauties and attractions of this industry is there are so many people with a voice who are able to share with us their experiences and their viewpoints. Favorite dram right now?
Well, I was sent this bottle, so I wasn't sure whether to show you, but I will, because it's absolutely delicious. It's the Bruichladdich 19-year-old Moynia Madeira cask finish, and I'm really enjoying it. I don't usually. I always say I like variety of whiskey, so I don't usually keep having the same glass. Yeah. But I drank a fair bit of this, so
you keep going back to that one.
Yeah, it's just lovely.
Excellent. What are you up to at the moment that we may see in the future? Something that's really exciting you that you can share with us?
So I'm going to Islay for the first time, which I'm really excited about. So going Fez Isle, and I'm going up with Alexis Burgess.
Yes.
So really excited to see what we're going to do with that. And I'm going to be at Bunnahabhain Day. So going to love that. And I'll just see what else I'm going to get up to on the island. I'm only there for 3 days, which doesn't feel like long enough, but it feels like just about enough. So yeah.
It's never enough time. Karina has got in touch and has said that you are an amazing creator. Thank you for sharing your whiskey journey. Good to see you, CJ. So if you ever wanted validation, if you never thought or doubted yourself, should I say, absolutely no need, because you are well respected and loved. I know very much from a Glassmates perspective, and the individuals I'm working with today.
Appreciate that.
One of my next questions was going to be, what are the challenges for you and whiskey at the moment? I dare say it's your ever increasing family size. How do you find the time to balance being a present father and, you know, getting to see, taste, experience, and write about your favorite whiskies?
I mean, my wife is so supportive. There's no way I could have done any of my journey without her being so supportive. So my first old and rare, she came with me to that because I didn't know anybody. So she was like, "I'll go with you." She doesn't drink whiskey. She didn't drink anything. She literally was there. We paid for a ticket. She came with me for one night up to Glasgow. And really, yeah, that's the only way is we just try to balance things. I can't do everything. There's so many things that I have to turn down because we just are balancing so much. And then the older the kids are getting, actually, the more activities they're doing. My son's doing his 11 plus coming up, so I'm like, okay, there's a month, 6 weeks where I won't be able to do much. So it's very much a balancing act that we work out together.
Good. Really like that. What finally, before I let you go, what would you like to see in the future of whiskey, or what does it look like to you?
I'd like to see a place where everyone respects what everybody else is doing. However you want to drink your whiskeys, however you want to drink your whiskey, just enjoy it together, share it together. Not everybody's going to like the same stuff. So that's the perspective I have, and that's the perspective I'd like people to carry forward.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. CJ, thank you very much for taking time out this Saturday afternoon.
Thank you.
Enjoy the rest of Whiskey 24, Saint-Chavar.
Also, I'm loving the wardrobe changes.
Thank you. Somebody noticed. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you very much.
Take care. Cheers.
You too. Coming up imminently, Dawn will be sat beside me and we'll be posing the question, has whiskey changed cocktails, or did cocktails change whiskey? Just a couple of moments. We'll be right back.
Well, I've had a break. Pizza was fantastic. I've had a glass of champagne. I'm ready to go again.
No need to rein it in either. We are going to be discussing the effects that whiskey has had on cocktails and the effect that cocktails have had on whiskey.
And it was really interesting because I think, so when we were coming up for some of these talks, Otis and I were in a bar, funnily enough. So hence why this one kind of came to mind. And there was a couple of people I really wanted to join, and Anastasia and Jared being amazing historians and general knowledge pods when it comes to anything alcohol related. And then the wonderful John Lister, who I have worked with probably for about 15 years on and off. And for me is one of the most creative people when it comes to cocktails, but is also really kind of at the cold face of a lot of sort of what's happening out there, working with specialty brands and elixir distillers. So really is at the heart of the cocktail edge and face. So really excited to talk to them today. So I don't know if we're going to bring on anyone.
Be able to talk to them. Well,
oh my
John
God,
is there.
John. Is that your home bar?
Yes, yes it is.
Oh my God, I love this. So only John would have a bar in his house that is like, you've had to build an extra shelf.
Is it at the top of your
Oh, this is only what you can see on the camera.
There's more?
Unless Chris Seal is asking, and then in that case, no, I don't have any sample stock.
So we are just waiting for the other two to join, but that's fine. We will kick off proceedings. John, do you want to sort of talk a little bit about your journey in whiskey before we kind of kick off the rest of the chat?
You mean before it goes increasingly more prestigious?
I mean, you started in the really the trenches.
Yeah,
that's the right word.
I mean, for me, whiskey from a cocktail background rather than a sipping background is definitely, you start American. It's where the kind of, I suppose, the building blocks of Moody and Stirred comes from. But I also think, before kind of preempting some of the conversations I hope we have later on, is I also think that it's the breeding ground of why we kind of pedestal kind of some kind of more Scotch and more, Scottish and Irish whiskies. But yeah, for me, Manhattans, Sazeracs, Green Points for a modern kind of riff on the old schools. These are my joys, my pleasures, my go-tos.
And I always love listening to you talk about cocktails. So I was asked, because it is cocktail hour now, isn't it? I mean, it's 5 o'clock, so it's cocktail hour.
Here we go.
What you don't realize is that Otis and I are really great cocktail makers. Fabulous.
Yeah, don't tell John the truth.
No, John knows me, so he's looking like he knows this already. So Chanel, who was here earlier, was like, I said, we should make a cocktail for cocktail hour. What's something easy? She goes, do you want it shaken or stirred down? And I just looked at her blankly. And I said, I'll make a whiskey highball. So I've made a whiskey highball. Mm-hmm. I've been outrageous, though, because I've put a little Thompson's Manuka smoke in it, to really,
Like you say that's an often said sentence. Bunch of Thompsons.
Hey, I'm a wild and crazy kind of girl. So this is why I'm friends with people like you, John, because I don't want to make my own drinks.
Well, that's very gracious of you, by the way. He says manhandling some dodgy ice.
But you manhandle it so well.
But I think cocktails are, a good classic cocktail is simplicity, key ingredients, and ego left at the door, which is hard for me to say. I probably adhere to most of those. But a highball is exactly where it should be. I think what the highball can do is retain the heart of the producer, but also maybe let you have a couple more than you should. Isn't it? Let's be honest. You get the flavor, and you kind of want to enjoy life. So, yeah, highball's pretty cool. I think what we probably need to appreciate is, who's drinking them. The aspirations of where we want to be versus where we are. Do I think that everybody's reaching for an Islay and then soda? I want everybody to be doing so. But are they? I don't know. There is a lot of preconceived ideas and a lot of stigma that the consumer needs to understand, not necessarily the industry. I think the industry has come on leaps and bounds. But whether that is picked up and identified and transferred into liquid on lips in terms of the consumer, I think we've still got a lot of work to do, and a lot of kind of Santé, cheers, slange.
Cheers. Watch out there,
I still think we need to be realistic about where we are.
There has been an increase in the amount of whiskey bought over the past 10 years.
Yes.
Would you say that a relaxation or of how whiskey should be drunk is responsible for that? I know that on a couple of talks that I've been a part of, the highball especially is used to try and encourage people to get more whiskey in them, which you alluded to earlier. Do you believe that cocktails and possibly the highball at the forefront has been responsible for this increase in whiskey consumption?
I'd like to see the figures of what's being bought to what is being consumed in a highball.
Okay.
If I'm honest, the highball is twofold, but it's a cause and effect, not a trend. If you see what's being bought, it's mainly more limited releases and things with a number on it, which then hikes up the price, which means then stocks become less available, which means that they need to bring lower releases out, which makes you then less precious about putting them in a highball.
Okay.
That and the trend of Japanese whiskey is a cause and effect. But what the actual volume of whiskey sales is probably more single malts, more limited releases, more unique, and more kind of the market being aware of what a wonderful world whiskey is. With all the will in the world, I'd like to turn around and go, well, yes, it's prolific because bartenders are great. But I don't see it. I genuinely don't see it. I think that most we see in cocktails is still American whiskey. I'd like to see more Scotch. I'd like to see more Irish going in. I'd like to see way more tippy-toeing around nuances that we're probably struggling to harness. However, volume of sales and trends in cocktails, I don't see a cohesive kind of synergy yet. We can get there, but I think it's because we're becoming less precious about some of the releases that are coming out, which are then younger whiskies.
Do you think the trend about American cocktails, because I've just been kind of thinking about this, is it that in America there was no stigma around using whiskey in cocktails, so it became much more forward? But also is it something to do with the flavors in American whiskeys being a bit sweeter, being a bit more powerful kind of on the palate, so maybe a little bit easier to cut through other ingredients? Why is it you think that American whiskey has probably dominated the cocktail scene from a whiskey perspective?
Well, without I mean, without treading on the toes of probably the two most prolific historians in alcohol
That's true.
ever. So let me just bulldoze my way through this. Is I think that, you know, through the golden age of cocktail and Jerry Thomas and this kind of birth of prestige in terms of mixology, American whiskey was less precious. Through export into America at that point, a single malt, an Irish or a Scotch was to be enjoyed, to be savoured, to be for a certain elite industry or rather a consumer. So when you have a naive audience in the cocktail world, because at this point, you know, brandy was an open terminology, Applejacks, whiskey, gins had, you know, have several varieties of. We were learning what to do with them. Cocktail as a category itself was not the category; it was a subcategory. So at this point, what we see is availability and ease of which to pick up with a reasonable amount of repercussion. So if you're turning around and going, oh, so there's only one of these around, so let's fuck around with it. Let's turn around and turn it into a hooligan soup. No, you're not. You're gonna put it down. You're gonna turn around and go, okay, what's more readily available when we're in trends in which to be able to kind of coerce you and bring you into the fold. So for a golden age of cocktail is, I think, what has kind of set us on this way into turning around that American whiskey is more to being the old fashions, the Sazeracs, the Vauquerets, the, you know, these styles of flavors, because rye and corn and brandy as a synergy, if you want to go into the New Orleans kind of sector, were more readily available.
And I guess, yeah, it's back to that idea of the people are less afraid to use something if it's a better price point. And, you know, we know American whiskey pound for pound is genuinely less expensive. So, you know, I think that makes a big difference to people when they're making a cocktail. If they're like me and Otis and they're slightly terrified of fucking up, for want of a better word. I mean, I managed to already make my shirt wet.
There's a lot of room for interpretation, but you know, in our field, whiskey more than any, maybe cognac, maybe French wine. I think there is such this almost rule book that is beginning to be ripped, but almost needs to be torn up. It needs to be, you know, get it gone.
Yeah,
because there is a tentative approach sometimes to this category because we're almost afraid. We're afraid of what we don't know. We're afraid of what we're allowed to do. We're afraid of what people will ask of us, you know? And I think, you know, this is where we should be looking today. We should be looking to rip the rule book up a bit.
And that is the perfect introduction, Jared and Stasia. We've just been chatting to John kind of a little bit about how whiskey cocktails have kind of become popular, talking about actually American whiskeys being the most approachable from our perspective of using them in cocktails. And so it's perfect timing to bring you guys in, being the historians that you are. And I'm very excited to see a new book coming out, which
Yep.
I think you guys told us about a year ago when we were sitting in the office up here, and you said you had, as John perfectly put it, ripped up the rule book when it came to where gin was originally made. So,
completely.
So we are all very excited for the new book. But if we go back to it, how influential was the cocktail in the rise of the popularity of whiskey, especially in the USA?
It was enormous in the return of whiskey.
Yeah.
It's important to know what happened to American whiskey during Prohibition, when there was no production, and then the Second World War, and then droughts that hit the States. So, little known secret. Do you want to say it?
Yeah, go for it.
That a lot of the American whiskeys, forget the mash bill.
Oh, that problem.
They,
I know exactly. Now I know. I was hello, hi, I'm here. Okay. The thing that's secret about American whiskeys is right after the Second War and during the Second World War, if you wanted to buy bourbon or rye, guess what it was really made with? Potatoes from Idaho.
Ooh.
Yeah, we see. Well, there was a similar problem with gin. Gin was being made with sugar, and bourbon and rye were being made with potatoes. I love American manufacturing.
So, watch any noir film out of the States in the 50s and watch their expression after they do a shot of bourbon or a shot of rye. They weren't faking.
And was that to do with the drought?
It was absolutely vile.
Well, your dad was
buying the potatoes for making it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But was that to do with the drought, or was it just because potatoes were cheaper at the time? Why were they?
Well,
or
no,
it was just make it from anything?
Grain was completely aimed at the war effort.
Yeah.
And
of course, yes, like in Scotland.
And that's multi-war, because when you also think about the fact that America was involved in this thing called the Korean conflict, there was no way you could get grain.
And so what made that whiskey palatable was using it in mixed drinks.
Yeah. Good. I did
I love the fact that I was like, potatoes. It doesn't surprise me because, to be fair, people in the drinks industry have been doing that for years. I just need to mention Burgundy and wine from the Middle East, which essentially, North Africa. And Burgundy was literally bottling wine that was not produced anywhere near Burgundy. Hence, actually, the birth of something we've been talking about earlier, which is the GIs and the rules around what we're drinking today to ensure the consumer knew.
Yeah.
But yeah, do you think, I'll actually ask the same question that I asked John. Do you think, what is it about American whiskey that just made it so popular in the cocktail?
Oh, it doesn't have quite the punch in the sour and savory notes. It's softer, it's sweeter.
It's sweet. It really is.
Lends itself not more to mixing, but lends itself to more approachable cocktails.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that's it, isn't it? It's about, just so you know, and I'll go back to, so Kieran actually pointed out that is a highball a cocktail. Kieran, it is when you can't make a cocktail, so it is for today's purposes. We are drinking highballs. For those of you who want real entertainment at 3 o'clock in the morning, Ortis and I are going to be making some cocktails.
We will be attempting to make cocktails. I think it's fair.
Sorry, at what point in the session is this?
About 3 o'clock in the morning.
3 a.m.
Oh, okay, cool.
Please join us.
Yeah, if you don't see any comments from me, I promise I'm there, honest.
Is that with one eye open or both eyes open?
Impossible to tell right now. So, Anastasia and Jared, how important is popular culture and drinks affected by the way people view whiskey? So, I spoke when I asked John the question earlier. I know that we're really on this drive to let people know that you can drink your whiskey however you want. We're trying to dispel the snobbery that it has to be drunk your Scotch has to be drunk at room temperature, no ice, no dilution or anything like that. Because that's what we get, that's what we come up against all the time. How am I meant to drink this?
It's a Scotch Alexander if you really want to have a nice evening, but there you go.
I think this is about the 5th time when we've talked that you've mentioned Scotch Alexander.
I love Scotch Alexanders. I mean, what can go wrong with it's like Wasselbross? I mean, come on, it's Scotch, it's cream, stick some nutmeg on it, and it's heaven. What's wrong with that?
The main reason you'll find people expressing disgust at that thought is it's a bit like offering somebody sticky toffee pudding between the salad and the mains.
That's quite terrifying.
Have it in place of pudding. In fact, if you have a restaurant, honestly, I think there are a lot of restaurants out there where they don't actually like money because they don't bother pushing any pudding drinks.
Which is stupid because every person we know who's ever owned a restaurant and set up their pudding menu had a cocktail menu to match of, you could say, cake, tails, and pie teenies.
But there's a good reason, because if you're running your food cost properly, maybe 35-40%. If you're running your drinks properly, 14%.
Yeah.
Sell a pudding for £10, £12, or sell a pudding drink for £10, £12. Guess where you could have made money and didn't, because you didn't put the Scotch Alexander on the menu and check it.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is again, people look at it and think, oh, you only go to a bar, let's say, before dinner, before you go to a restaurant. But what they don't understand is a lot of those same people will go to a bar after they've gone to dinner for afters drink. What's wrong with that? I mean, what is the problem that people have with having drinks as dessert instead of spending all their time with sugar, which, by the way, turns into alcohol anyways 3 hours after it gets into your bloodstream.
Certainly Swift on Old Continent Soho is renowned for its Irish coffee.
Yeah.
That's a pudding drink if there ever was one.
Oh, it's a brilliant
100%. Although me and coffee after a certain time of the day, no one wants that.
Dawn, you and coffee should never meet.
Actually,
it's gonna happen later on today, isn't it?
I deliberately didn't put Irish coffee on our list because I was like, that's not going to go well for anyone.
Decaf. It works. There's good decaf stuff.
It's a mental thing, Jared. And actually, Dawn, maybe I'll bring you in on this because I actually think this is a really, really good point. And I know how much you love a little bit of sherry. And I think we've had the same problem with the wine industry, that people stopped drinking port, they've stopped drinking sweet sherries, and they've stopped drinking like sweet wines. And yet there is something fantastic about those. And it is that kind of little icing on the cake, to put it a better way. But John, how do we get more people kind of engaging in that after dinner drink in a restaurant setting? Because I think that's it. In a bar, no one has a problem. But where's the mindset?
I think a little bit of imagination from the creative source, and this is tentative ground because a bartender's ego is a fragile ecosystem.
Oh, really?
However, I think a little bit of identifying and flavor profiling your key ingredient, just because you say something sweet doesn't necessarily mean it needs a fuck more ton sweet. But however, a little, I think I'm in a room full of fortified kindred spirits here. So Madeiras, ports, sherries, get them used, folks. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Sauterne, you know, it's all of these wines make beautiful digestives, but the acidity, the tropicality, the kind of nuances that you can lift with these flavors, umami. There's some sexy things you can riff off with these kind of modifiers if you understand how to work with them and play off and riff off some good whiskies.
I mean, culture plays a big part in the movement of cocktails, and we should delve into that a bit more in some time. But do you, Jared, is that whole thing of avoiding or the lack of a nice drink or a cocktail to go with your dessert, is that a British thing, or is this something that you've seen the world over? Are restaurants shying away from pairing them together globally, or is it a British thing?
I'd like to say that I've seen a lot of places catch on to it quickly once I've said it.
Well, you have to admit. Now, wait a minute. It depends on which drinking culture you're talking about. Because in New Orleans, they have plenty of dessert drinks.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But breakfast drinks.
And America, actually. My breakfast drink. No, that's only when you guys are there.
All the time. That's the funny thing. I mean, Cafe Diablo is the signature drink of our nose restaurant. I mean, it is something that does exist in certain drinking cultures. So New York, yeah. San Francisco, yeah. New Orleans,
it's something that we've seen come ebb and grow over the years. It comes in, it fades out. I think whenever they're on the menu, places do manage to sell the odd pudding drink in place of a pudding.
If the waiter opens up his mouth and says so.
Mm-hmm.
Says, "Oh,"
and I think,
you know,
back to kind of Otis's point, I think popular culture has been really, really interesting in the whiskey world. We saw Let's Bring Mad Men in, and we've seen Lost in Translation, where these whiskey drinks or these whiskeys have suddenly surged in popularity because of that sort of airplay, or you know. And I think we're now seeing maybe, and you can say if I'm wrong or not, but I think actually whiskey is coming more to the fore because we are seeing more celebs endorsing. So, you know, we've moved away from the Cristal, you know, boop, boop, and Courvoisiers and things of this world. And we're seeing, of course, agave, but also whiskey getting a lot more popular. Actually, I'll throw this out to all of you guys. You know, John, I don't know if you want to kick off on this one then, and then you guys. How much is popular culture important in driving the popularity of whiskey and whiskey cocktails? Because I think it goes hand in hand.
It is.
John's like, yeah, but I'm not answering. You can go first or you can go second, whatever. Okay.
Who wants to bring a wave of positivity and who wants a rant?
Rant first.
Wow!
I'm going to qualify, though. Which popular drinking culture?
Well, that's a good question as well, because
in Japan, ask any woman, she's going to drink a whiskey highball.
Yeah.
Women love whiskey highballs in Japan because it's a lightweight drink.
And locale, apparently.
And locale. And they can drink a lot of it and still look pretty in the morning. So, you know, it's again, now you say whiskey highball to a woman in France and they'll look at you cross-eyed. It's like, it depends on where you are.
Yeah, 100%.
Go ahead, John.
One of my favorite influences has been actually the return of the old-fashioned. And one of the things that brought the old-fashioned back was this resurgence of bartending as a profession, But also, mostly, it was this idea of stirring that ice cube with the sugar forever and ever. And this spread like wildfire. I spoke to so many young bartenders who told me, oh, yeah, that's how it used to be done. That's the old way. I assumed by old they meant mid-1980s Dick Bradsell deciding to make the drink sexy by taking forever to make it, as he told me.
Yeah. Hey, you know.
I think, is there something, like when I was sort of looking at whiskey cocktails, there's also, I think, this thing that I think what draws me to whiskey cocktails is the ultimate simplicity of the cocktail itself that's being produced. It's no more than a couple of ingredients. And John, maybe you could speak to this. Is it that simplicity that draws people to whiskey cocktails?
I mean, it's funny. I don't think they're simple, and I've seen John create some cocktails, some simple ones, but generally they seem quite scary to me. They're not that.
We're scared
simple,
of any cocktail.
Please, John, speak.
It's an interesting prospect. It depends how you decipher the word simple, because if you look into the work that's gone into 3 bottles of ingredients that you pick up, that ain't simple.
100%.
However, an understanding of those 3 ingredients can appear easy, but the way that they're layered it deserves sympathy, it deserves respect, and it doesn't deserve kind of like this kind of platform of ego. We want to enjoy, we want a simple drink, we want to friggin' enjoy, we want to get relaxed, but there's a crossover of the worlds that we're in at the moment, and I think that there is an understanding of classics. But what we're lacking is an understanding of the resource of the prestige of quality that we have now. So harking back is one thing, but adhering to that ideology with the resources that we have now can set you up for a fall. So when you understand that Cocky is frigging amazing, Michter's is amazing, blah, 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 all of these wonderful brands are amazing, but if you go for the same formula as 1860 or blah, 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 whatever you want to do, then you're going to make a good drink. But could it be the best that it could be? You need to find out. You need to go to your palate. You need to go to your friends. You need to enjoy. You need to be free to be able to whack a bit of Funabranca in there, whack a little bit of sherry in there, so understanding where we've come from, but know where we are now, means that the 3 ingredient drink is respected, but it means that we can just enjoy and enjoy a moody and stirred without this kind of pretense as well. So I don't think I've answered, but it does mean that I like to drink.
Well, can I stick a screwdriver in here?
100%.
Without sticking a screwdriver in here. Is the fact that you're talking about, if people look at the old classics, quote, 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 anything that was written between 1862 and, let's say, 1930. Great. I'm so glad. But guess what? The spirits weren't made the same way. The grain was a different. There are so many things. I mean, we're talking about organic material here. There is no way you can replicate what was actually truly made in the 1860s. Not even beer can be made the same way, because you ain't got the stuff. You're not using the same sorts of stills anymore. You're not processing it the same way. You're not even bottling it.
Not to mention you're not using pond ice anymore.
Oh, yeah. Well, hell, what is that?
Added a little note of minerality.
A little bit of minerality. It's like I'm glad that we had this wonderful surge of let's look back at all the old books. Thank you, Joe Baum of the Rainbow Room, for convincing Dale to do that. And I'm really glad because people learned about 3-ingredient drinks instead of 9-ingredient drinks. That's fantastic. But you can't even make a drink that you find in one of these recipes to the exact same proportions because the material you're using is not the same thing.
That's nice. Would you care for a whiskey in Umeshu?
Yes, I would.
Okay.
Go get me a whiskey.
That was rattling around in my head. I've never put the two together, but I think it has to happen.
I think it has to because it works.
I like that idea, just as an FYI. Can you make one for one of us as well, please? Because
exactly.
Certainly. Actually, I'm just sending the cat to make
our first animal in the 24 hours.
There you go. The first animals arrived, and she's going, I'm leaving now. No, the thing is I think that you do have a problem with transition at this point, because when we first got wise ass about 30 years ago and started talking too much, there were a lot of people who were curious about the old stuff. They're starting to understand that maybe bartending was something special. It wasn't just slogging around. The only problem was we had 15 years ago a collection of people who I never saw so many hair parts and no faces in my life, because people were spending too much time crafting rather than dealing with, does the customer like it? Is it what the customer wants? Or are you just creating something because you're going to foist it on the customer? And we still have a lot of that. We still have people who have not yet remembered some lessons that some people have been trying to litanize, which is, it is a lot down to service. It is down to, if we're going to convince people to drink things, you have to sell them with the idea of drinking something. That's what I was saying about, if you've got putting drinks on a menu, why don't you let the staff actually say, ooh, instead of having dessert, would you like to try this? I mean, there's a lot of upselling to things that people don't pay attention to. There's a lot of upselling that bartenders do that maybe they should start doing and start paying attention to what the customers really want and listening to what the customers really want. Maybe we might get there again. Who knows?
I think it's a good challenge.
The thing is, do the customers know enough about cocktails
Yes.
to make an informed choice?
Yes, they do. They spend more time, even in my 125-person village, knowing that they like a Negroni or a Cosmo, or they like their G&T a certain way. I mean, we actually do this with the village every year, is have a little gin bar or do something for Christmas. They actually have opinions.
But your village has the advantage of you two living there. And
actually, no, they don't. Our village. Most of them are complaining they don't have enough broadband. I mean, they're more worried about the horses than they are about broadband.
John, what about your village?
Jared's absolutely right. Safety Dance, the video, was filmed here.
Oh, was it? That's brilliant. I love that tune.
Isn't that? I love that. And they actually pranced around in the village. I mean,
they did. Brilliant.
We weren't here at the time. It's too bad. I would have joined them. No, I actually have learned to trust because at the Dark Horse, we actually ask customers what they like. Because guess what? It's better if we know what they like so that we know how to direct them to something that they might want.
You have to.
And you really have to. Otherwise, they'll be sitting there going, oh, well, what do you think I want? They know what they want.
Genuinely said, when you were a sommelier, you had to be first and foremost a psychologist. Because in 3 seconds, you had to read that person, what they liked, what they wanted, and you probably had 2 questions to get to that point. And then you had to deliver a wine that they were going to spend cash on and nail it.
Yeah. Same thing with bartending.
And John, what about you? What do you think, like from perspective of the consumer and getting them to play around with whiskey a bit more in cocktails? How can we get people to, what are your kind of tips, or how can we get people to say, okay, right, I'm going to make a Manhattan, but I don't want to use an American whiskey, for example. What are good replacements? How can you play around with flavor?
I think so. First things first. I think when we were well, for me, very welcomely locked down into households and not allowed out. I enjoyed that immensely. Let's bring that back.
Because you didn't have to talk to anyone.
Yeah, I had this, so I was fine. Anyway, but I think what we saw there was actually the less what marketing would deem a more dumb audience, so they can turn around and go, okay, so this is what you want. We actually had an audience where there was a discerning palate that actually asked for what they want. So e-commerce went mental. So what we actually saw was, whether it be with Moody and Stirred, whether it be with Negronis, whether it be with these, people were requesting. You saw a spike on orders of what people actually wanted. Not
John,
what was
I
offer.
could tell you what the UK was ordering or making at home week by week.
Right.
Freaking insanely amazing.
Right.
And those results, I bet you, were not as normal as day to day, because you weren't 2-for-1ing, you weren't doing a monthly this or blah blah blah. You weren't getting resources and things like this. It was actually, do you know what? I've got my gin of choice. I've got I know I need my Campari. I know I've got blah 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 blah. You've got this vermouth. You've got this. You've got this. So I think for the same thing for whiskey, is that if you get rid of the white noise, if you get rid of kind of the bullshit that baffles, there is an audience out there that genuinely does understand what they want. It is a way more educated audience than we should and don't give credit for.
Yeah.
I think we're quick to damn. I'm very much guilty. We still keep on putting whiskey into the fourth quarter of the year. We still keep on putting it into leather armchairs and misogynistic dickheads. We keep on this kind of preconceived ideas of what this beautiful spectrum of flavor can deliver. I think it's, to be honest, now we change the script and kind of all just stop it and move forward. So whether it be Japanese, whether it be Islay, whether it be Space, whether it be American, whether it be all these things, is that there are flavors. There is elderflower, there is cucumber, there is strawberry, there is blackberry, there is coffee, there is walnut, there is leather, there is no better category for a bartender to draw from. It is one of the most layered spirits that you can actually turn around and go ooh about.
It's true.
Oh, yeah. Years ago, we were visiting Islay 2-3 times a year. And at that time, I'm not sure who proclaimed that whiskey should be consumed with 3 or 6 drops of water from the spring that was used. But every place I walked into on Islay, I would walk up, pick a great whiskey, and I say, yes, and I'd like that with an equal part water. Mm-hmm. And I actually got served it. And honestly, if I'm drinking a whiskey just with water, 6 drops is not enough unless you're only giving me 6 drops of whiskey. I like the balance between them. And the funny thing is, on Islay, nobody took issue with that, at least not to the extent that a young waitress took issue to me ordering mustard and mayonnaise on a ham and cheese sandwich. She finally brought me the sandwich, the mustard, the mayo, and she turned her back and she said, "You do it. I can't even watch."
I can't bring myself to do it. It's funny. It's
really befuddled. I couldn't believe it.
There's a reverence attached to Scotch. There's a reverence attached to whiskies that makes us nervous of including it in a cocktail. I confess to suffering from that myself. I can remember one of the first lessons I was taught about making cocktails was don't use your precious stuff. you know, and thinking about it now in this context, if you love the taste of it, why wouldn't you experiment with it and see what aspects and what notes of it you could bring out more?
But that's not the consumer's fault, though. Because I'm
not blaming the consumer's fault.
But if you look at comparatively, what's available across every other category in the price bracket of mixable spirits, Scotch is by far and away the most inferior. So you can get a good vodka, you can get a good gin, you can get a good American whiskey, you can get a good tequila, you can get, but the price bracket, pound, buck, spend. So therefore, this pedestal that we put it on because you can only drink it neat is then driven it up to therefore we are scared to make a mistake with it.
Yes. You know what's funny is that we have a collection of Cuban cocktail books from the 1930s, 1940s, early 1950s. You know how much time you see Scotch listed in cocktails?
Wow.
A lot.
Wow.
I mean, seriously, it's rum and Scotch, then gin.
Yeah.
And I think it's,
you know what? I found that amazing about Cuban culture and cocktails. Wow. Incredible.
Yeah. I think it's because they see the same thing that we saw when I was first starting to analyze rum in Cuba, was that you've got two personalities that are very similar that people don't discuss, which is you've got cousins that are woody and dark and have all sorts of fun, complex, weird things on the wheel. And people play with the one, but they keep forgetting that even in places where the drinking culture is predominantly rum, they also look with great respect to whiskey as a mixing element.
Gosh, we scanned and digitized a bunch of those books.
Yeah, it's in the EUVS library.
Oh, yeah, if you want to dig through a load of old Cuban cocktail books and also the manuals for the Cantineros de Cuba, the Cuban Bartenders Association, go to euvslibrary.com.
It's free.
No password, no branding, but
EUVS.com.
EUVSlibrary.com.
Yeah.
And we've done about 156 books so far.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
As soon as we quit writing books, we'll actually start putting some more up, but right now.
No, we don't want you to quit writing books, but we want you to write more books.
I loved your statement about people not wanting to mix with certain products, and that there is this fear of using something that's too good. But the truth is, as long as you're using equal quality mixers, shelf-stable bottled citrus juice honestly should be banned from the planet.
Can we also, while we're banning stuff, ban potassium sorbate?
Oh yes, please.
Non-alcoholics, please. I'm just throwing that in there for banning stuff. I'd like to start there.
Oh yeah.
If we could. Thanks. Just adding that in.
That's basically saying we really have to crush all those major modern inventions that ruined bartending between the late 50s and the early 70s before we started discovering strawberry wine. I mean, that's what really killed the bartending industry, was efficient, modern, space-age new ingredients. Ugh.
Nobody seems to have a problem with driving a Porsche Turbo Carrera or a Ferrari in city traffic.
Yeah.
That's for the racetrack. Yeah. But people say, "Oh my God, you could not possibly mix with that Bowmore."
Why not?
Why not? Just
one of my favorite drinks of all time, and it was Sekinda that introduced me to this. I think it was after another virtual thing. I can't remember. And I went out to his office and he's like, "Dawn, I've just made the best thing ever." And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Old Chartreuse and old Lafroig."
Whoa.
And literally, he put that in front of me. No, there was no chilling. It was literally room temp. And I was like, if I could afford Old Lefroy and all that chartreuse, this would be the only thing I would drink for the rest of my life, besides Clarence Sajou. And maybe the odd wine and some other stuff.
Go. You know, you were mentioning earlier about people in Manhattans and why you couldn't make a Manhattan with bourbon. Yes, there was one. It was called the Rob Roy.
Nope.
Yes,
you said bourbon.
Oh, bourbon, yes. No.
You mean whiskey.
Whiskey.
Malt whiskey.
Yeah, malt whiskey. Because
they call it Scotch in the States.
I know, but that's why Rob Roy exists. Don't forget, Rob Roy existed because Tommy Durick suggested, why don't you make a Manhattan with Scotch, blended Scotch?
And so the Rob Roy was named after a
play that was on Broadway.
Comedy play, 1895?
Yes.
Okay.
That's not including when they started throwing around that movie in kilts around the wall. Duras, by Duras.
Well, that was the first motion picture advertisement in history.
Done by
the whiskey ad projected on the wall of Macy's department store.
And the director and producer was...
I used to love Macy's. That was an aside. John, what are you making?
Yeah.
So I saw who was invited on, and I realized how redundant I would be. So I thought, if I sit in front of a bar, at least I can have a drink while listening to the powerhouse. So I'm going to make an old pal.
There you go.
A wonderful drink. Let's hear how you make your old pal.
No, let's not, because it will be wrong.
No. Tell us.
We're above that. It'll be yours.
So I'm using Michter's Sour Mash. So Michter's Sour Mash is it's right in the middle of the bourbon and the rye. It uses a mash bill that doesn't put it into the camp of either or, but it's homage to the kind of old Pennsylvanian roots. So if you like your honeycomb, but you like your butter, you like your spice, you like your citrus, this is the bad boy for you. So it plays really well in the kind of Campari genre. So, you know, it's kind of really nice for that. A little bit of Campari, splash of Campari, a little splash of Fino, and then we're Tia Pepe. Tia Pepe, no house should be without it. Yeah, too easy.
Okay.
And out of interest, how would you guys make one?
Oh, pretty much down the same run. I mean, there's always that sherry or vermouth question.
He always leads to sherry.
I do as well. Again, it's like keeping a dish of molten salt in the house. You've got to have a bottle of Tio Pepe in the fridge.
Tio Pepe, chorizo, molten sea salt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a complete fridge.
That's a complete fridge right there. I mean, if we didn't have Tio Pepe, there's a few foods we wouldn't eat. So, you know. And there's nothing wrong in the summer day to have a small glass of Tio Pepe with a slice of manchego.
Oh,
nice. 100%.
With truffle honey, by the way.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Just saying.
Supermarket cheddar, bird's eye potato waffles, and Heinz tomato ketchup.
Ooh.
They dominate.
I think we're taking a turn there, but okay. Cool.
One of the people.
I love the fact we've gone from whiskey cocktails to tomato ketchup, potato waffles, and some shit cheddar.
We could go into the other version of that, which is how many whiskey cocktails can you match with Japanese izakaya food?
Okay, I like this actually. Tommy has been with us since the beginning. Tommy, Susan, we love you. Whiskey cocktails and food pairing.
Oh yeah.
I am often less than convinced, and that's possibly because I'm a wine snob and only truly believe that wine is the appropriate pairing for many things in life, life itself and other things.
I question it because when you eat perfectly fried chicken karaage, you need whiskey.
So is it whiskey or whiskey cocktails?
Whiskey cocktail.
Highball.
Okay.
Highball.
I love
I can
that.
tell you how many highballs I go through.
I mean, honestly, try it with a highball or a straight whiskey,
yeah,
and you get it in a second.
yeah.
Yeah.
I
think
am more
I
convinced by the straight
mentioned the
whiskey.
rainbow rooms earlier on as well. If it wasn't for the rainbow rooms and kind of recording what can actually be paired with cocktails and food and that kind of that synergy and that kind of blowing the dust off the rule book even back then,
Oh yeah.
you know, we can again we're sometimes we get so set in our ways, we pedestal and say you can't. But if you think about what is available to you in terms of flavor profiles with a cocktail, it is arguably in the right hands more of a creative platform to pair with food than something that has already been created to their own journey.
Yeah.
So if you get a synergy and a conversation between bartender and cook, that's a frigging exciting genre right there.
It really is.
Yes.
It really, really is.
You know,
That's
it
such a
doesn't
good
need
point.
to be, you can't do this, but it's already done that way. We've always done it this way. You know, it's, hey,
One of the best tastings I've ever done in my entire life was led by the sommelier giving the flavor profiles to the chef. And the chef creating the food based on the flavor profiles the sommelier had given.
right. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
My only challenge pairing wine to food versus mixed drinks to food is in wine, the magic happened 10 years ago in France. With a mixed drink, you can actually adjust rather than opening a different bottle. And you can ultimately nail a pairing absolutely perfectly, where wine, you'll have to adjust the dish.
Can I challenge you to it? I think that
Ooh,
this
bring it
is a
on.
food off. Because actually, I will take you one higher. And I will say that the temperature of the same bottle of wine,
Nice.
as it changes, will be as versatile and opens up.
But the same could be said about a martini. I know we're whiskey today, but the same could be said about a martini.
I have to say,
Questions.
Whatever. With a wash of whiskey.
you know, the funny thing is,
Oh, hang on.
what?
He's just mentioned a wonderful drink, the
Wait.
Berlin Station Chief,
The Berlin Station Chief.
created by Norman Mailer in his novel Harlot's Ghost.
Yes, and then echoed by the National Institute for Mental Health in Washington, D.C.
And that drink was replacing the vermouth with a good whiskey.
We did it with Lafroig. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, it was like that. It was like the smoky martini from hell. It was the
Okay, so
smoky
how do
martini
you
without
make it?
the match, you know. It was beautiful.
Sorry?
What goes into it, guys?
No, well, for me, actually, this is how I studied my whiskeys when I was a starving hotel school student.
Just before I met him.
I'd walk into a bar, I'd order a vodka martini, the driest in the world, and the bartender would say, "Oh, no vermouth." And I'd say, "Actually, drier." Bartender would look at me and he'd say, "Can I show you a trick?" "Sure. Well, we're going to add some whiskey to that." "Oh, which one?" And I would do a quick judge of this bartender and say, I'd keep it to a gentle blend, or, "Oh, just a little of that Macallan 25. And if the bartender didn't say, "Oh, that'll be expensive," but said to me, "Oh, how much do you want in there?" I'd say, "Oh, just a wee dram into there." And of course, it becomes the schoolyard bully up against the vodka. There's no vodka in there anymore. You're just tasting the whiskey.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So that was
Amazing.
tasted through all the whiskeys when I was a hotel school student.
I genuinely love that. I think that.
Yeah.
Genius.
You got away with it at the Four Seasons restaurant. It really
Oh, I
nice.
did. Yeah.
John likes to get away with it. I am sorry.
That's great.
Oh.
And actually, I think maybe that's a good way to kind of almost bring it back to something you said earlier, John, is that actually, is it more about pairing the whiskey to the right flavors and the things you're going to build around it than it is about just making a drink? Like, okay, if we're saying a Rob Roy, just using a certain style, but actually it's saying, well, I'm using Cocky de Torino, so I need a certain different flavor profile in my whiskey. How much are you thinking about that, John?
I think it's one of those questions that if you get asked how do you create cocktails as a question quite a lot, you're almost if you knew me worried of the answer, because sometimes it's naked in the shower, sometimes it's sometimes it's walking the dog, sometimes it's when you're leathered with your friends and you think, yeah, that should be a good idea, that'll work. However, I think understanding of ingredients.
Yes.
So taste these things individually, not just about when you're about to make a drink, but to know what is out there is to know what is available. We're in booze. It should be fun. It should be, I don't mean in excess. I don't mean running around shooting everything under the sun. But what I do mean is that know that a rye whiskey is not a single statement. Understanding what Scotch is, I think, is probably, well, hey, I'll see you in about 20 years to know what that thesaurus of flavor can be. So I think understanding that there is going to be exceptions to the rule. Trust your palate, and that palate needs to be exercised.
100%. I exercise every day.
Preach.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
Exercise is good for you.
Yeah. I mean, as someone who is schooled in the arts of personal training, I don't know if you can call drinking and exercise.
You know your tongue is a muscle.
Yeah, I felt that as well.
We're still before the watershed.
Yeah, really. Hang on.
To give to our panel, please type them in. If you're watching us on Facebook or YouTube, send us your questions. We've got about 10 minutes left with Jared, Anastasia, and John, and we will happily put your questions to them. Yes, Dawn Davies is a machine. Thank you, Mitch, for confirming that.
I think you need your tongue, Dawn. Sorry.
How have we gone down to that again? No, I'm joking. One of the questions that was asked earlier, which we totally ignored, was Oliver wanted to know how you made a Scotch Alexander.
Oh, yes.
So if we could go back to the
Are we back to the Scotch Alexander already?
It's your favorite.
We got asked how to make it, and then I never asked the question because we were laughing too much.
Oh, God.
Oh, it's just a good whiskey, the cream, the creme de cacao.
Yeah, so just a tiny splash of creme de cacao to round the whole thing out.
Into the shaker.
In the shaker.
Bash it like you're making butter.
Yeah. And then just pour it in the glass and a sprinkle of nutmeg. Now, if you really want to get scary.
Sorry.
No, if you really want to get scary.
You don't you dare just pour it in a glass. Pour it in a chilled cocktail coupe.
Oh, good grief. I was going to give them the alternate view in case you just don't want to play with heavy cream and you feel like
were you already grating nutmeg on it?
Yes, I already did. Except you were busy telling me. So tough. Anyways,
this is like an episode of I Love Lucy with Lucy and Ricardo.
Worse. We used to say back in the day when we spent a lot too much time playing with bar shows, is that we were the Burns and Allen act. He's supposed to be the serious one somehow. I don't know. I think it's been reversed lately. But anyways, the other way to make it, believe it or not, is more like a white cargo, which is a Harry Craddock drink from 1922 that was gin and ice cream. And instead, If you get really smart, you do Scotch.
Oh, that works so
And
well
French
with
vanilla ice
Ooh.
with a really good
good
whiskey.
vanilla bean ice
really
cream.
good vanilla bean ice cream. Stick that puppy in a blender. Pour it into a chilled cocktail glass.
Nope, I wouldn't do that. I'd just go equal parts, no ice in the shaker, as Craddock did back in the 20s.
Yes.
And
Some people don't like their paws freezing.
don't try to get noise out of that. It'll
you'll
damage your elbow and shoulder.
Yeah. Whatsoever, which is why I said stick it in a blender.
But it makes a gorgeous, beautiful drink.
Yeah, it is. It's shocking because if you think about the Athelbros, that's why I came up with the Scotch Alexander.
But important question I'm dying to ask.
Yeah.
John, how's the old pal?
It was
old pal.
I went old school and free poured, and I'm clearly the answer to that is I is not as good as I thought I was. It is delicious, but definitely could have been better. Is the most honest answer I could give you.
Okay.
Not through lack of quality ingredients, I hasten to add, just for the less of know-how of the maker. What I actually to tip for tat, you started to hark on forgotten cocktails, and without sounding like a 18-year-old pimple-ridden wannabe thesaurus, propping up your bar. What are you missing? What's next? What would you like to be supping on?
Oh, for me, one of the go-to.
Okay, right now.
Honestly, the whiskey in Umeshu is shockingly good.
No, it's really good.
What whiskey did you use?
Okay, I confess I tasted 3 very quickly, which I probably shouldn't even say this, but it's my home bar. Nobody drinks from these. So yes, pull the bottle open, take a quick taste from the bottle. Is that going to work? Taste. No, put that one back. So the Bowmore didn't qualify into this one. I ended up with
interesting.
Ended up with that big burst of heat, but a bit more soft profile of the Aberfeldy Bit of Strange,
which is shocking. But it works nicely.
And then it was between
a little more maltiness.
Yeah. But 2 Umeshus, one the Suntory 2024 limited edition, and the other the Suntory Extra Blend 5-year, which is their oldest Umeshu. And that one just won out for that extra bit of sort of shadowed TM running underneath it.
Yeah, super rich. I love it.
Super rich, but it's not insurmountable. This is the funny thing, because both, you figure with both of those it could get really serious, but the dilution with it is also working perfectly.
But had I reached for bourbon, it would have been either a Manhattan, of course, love them to death, or a Boulevardier.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Boulevardier.
How do you feel about interpretations of these coffee Boulevardiers and banana these and kiwis, yuzu this and blah blah blah?
We judge them on a simple scale.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where you've got 2 abstracts side by side. One is a Picasso, the other is a 5-year-old's finger painting.
You can't tell the difference.
Okay, so we have 3 minutes left. So I'm going to ask, did whiskey make cocktails, or did cocktails make whiskey? Guys, what's your answer?
I'm going to say that whiskey made cocktails, because I see more cases, even if it's something as simple as sticking whiskey with ginger wine. Yep. Making Athelbros, you have to admit, that is a cocktail.
Well, that was a Whiskey Mac.
Oh, a Whiskey Mac, you're right. But, it's like, but Athelbros is old. Athelbros is a mixed drink. So you could say, in truth, that whiskey had more mixed drinks before gin ever did in the UK.
Mhm. Okay, I like it.
Yeah.
Jared?
I tend to agree on that one, that whiskey shaped the drinks rather than the drinks shaped whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And John?
That's two.
There's the bartender.
I think
Go for it.
Come on, John.
true is to be said of where we want whiskey to be. I.e., drinking more Scotch, drinking more Irish, drinking more malted barley. Would we be drinking the style of American whiskey that we are today without the cocktail? I would hazard a guess no.
Oh.
Good point.
So to break it down a little bit more annoyingly, that's my gambit. That's my kind of go-to on that.
Okay. Otis, where are you?
I'm so whiskey leaning and just getting into cocktails that for me, it's whiskey has made cocktails for me. Without whiskey, I wouldn't be talking about cocktails. I wouldn't be trying them. And every cocktail not every, but I'd say 95% of the cocktails I've tried and am willing to try going forward are whiskey forward or have a whiskey base. So for me, and with some of the limited reading I've done, but I do want to read more, guys, and I will go to that website, euvslibrary.com, and study more. But it's whiskey made cocktails for me. How about you?
Okay. Well, I'm going to sit firmly on the fence.
Dawn Davies, never.
No, look, I think they both have brought people on different journeys to both points. So I think, whiskey has obviously brought a lot of people to whiskey cocktails, but also whiskey cocktails have brought a lot of people to whiskey. And I think one of the reasons I wanted to do this panel and we wanted to do this panel was because one, you guys have been awesome. I genuinely,
really good.
I need to go to the bathroom because I wet my pants a little bit from laughing so hard. But, it's been, and I wish we had another 2 hours because I think we haven't even started on that yet. But I do think it's been incredible to have you guys on and really, really appreciate it. And actually, we're doing a talk on Tuesday.
No, you're doing it. I'm not.
Oh, you're not doing it. I'm doing it. Okay.
No, I'm here to come in because unfortunately,
or something. No, women.
Yeah, it's not women. But I have to be with this guy in Manchester. So
okay. So I've been roped in by you.
You're the best model I can put up for our end of the industry.
I love it. But thank you guys for everything. It has been, as always, emotional.
It's been brilliant. Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of your Saturday, guys.
Such fun.
Truly.
Bye, guys. Thank you. Oh, that was freaking hysterical. Right, I have Andrew next. And
you've got
Welcome back, folks. Well, I have to say that was highly entertaining, and hence why we're running now 5 minutes late. But I'm really super excited to get Andrew up on stage for a 15-minute chat, talking about Weir Whiskey. Andy, or Andrew Joseph.
Either or.
So, how are you, my darling? We have known each other for how long?
It's been a long time. It's been a long time.
It has been a very long time.
Probably since our wedding, I've seen you like in the
I
flesh.
think before. I think it's when I deposited your wife on your doorstep, slightly inebriated one day.
It could have been that, and actually, now I think about it, it was actually possibly when I needed you to take the keys to get my drum kit because I'd locked it outside a studio, and I needed to pick the keys up from Park Royal from you, and then pick them back up. Yeah, so that was the last time.
So, Andy, the reason I know Andy is because Katie, his absolutely wonderful and inspirational wife, worked with me at Selfridges for a long time. But I didn't even know at the time that you were interested in whiskey. And I think the only time I knew, and you tell, how your journey started, but you came to Whisky Show one year.
I did. Yes, that's actually a good point. Firstly, I should say that probably if it wasn't for the screaming kids downstairs, I would have a much better backdrop than this. This is pretty much the only space that I have that I'm absolutely guaranteed they're not going to walk in on. So
and one of them is only very wee as well.
Very, very wee, about 5 months old. But yeah, the other this is the only safe space I have, which is this little corner here of the main bedroom. But anyway, yeah, I did. Katie actually invited me to the Whisky Show, and I always had I liked whiskey. And I definitely think that my interest peaked once Katie moved with you to the Whisky Exchange. And that was definitely through, a few bottles here and there. And that definitely peaked me. I started, reading up about it, just drinking it in moderation, of course. And then I think the Whisky Show is actually, you're right, the thing that really just opened my eyes. I was like, wow, there's just so much. It was just a million stalls. Whiskies from all over the world, and I hadn't really thought about it like that before. I thought it was just literally just Scotland, and that was kind of it. So that happened, and yeah, I suppose from then it just grew and it grew and it grew, really. But the thing that kind of really has kind of moved it forwards was really just the pandemic. To be honest with you, that was what helped me start this kind of journey as London Whisky Guy.
And I think I remember the time that I realized that suddenly you'd gone from this guy who I knew as a drummer, a very talented drummer, actually. Yes. We must give you credit for that, who has toured all over the world almost, yes. Drumming for various people and places and things. And I remember just going, actually, someone had said to me, and I don't remember if it was Katie or someone else, had said, have you seen this London Whisky Guys stuff? And I went on, I was like, I recognize that person. You had all these thousands of followers, and
yeah.
I actually think that was a really exciting thing for me to see you there, because I kind of remember the start of your journey. So I think that's hugely exciting, and you've gone from strength to strength, which is
it started, like I said, I was just sitting at home during the pandemic, and as you mentioned, I am a musician, but I was sitting at home and I was just flicking on Instagram, and I was just like, I might as well just start this, because I might as well just start my own account that just deals with whiskey, to be honest with you, because I love looking at all of everybody else's whiskey collections. So I'm like, why don't I join this community that seems to be here? And I did. And then kind of just the rest is history. Like, it just grew and it grew and it grew and it grew. And I was just speaking to more and more people. And it's kind of been an amazing journey, to be honest with you, and one that kind of keep continuing as well. But I didn't expect it to grow quite so suddenly, to be honest with you, as the way it did. All I really did uniquely was just flash a bottle in front of a camera. I think it must be my face or my personality. It's one of the
wonderful face, your wonderful personality, and actually, I think your real enjoyment of the dram that's in front of you. I think that kind of really carries through.
Yeah, absolutely. So I definitely think that was the thing that really just ignited this love for it. And I'm one of those people that when I get into something, suddenly it becomes my world. So it happened with whiskey, particularly during the pandemic. That's what really changed everything. Because when you were sitting at home by yourself, and by myself with my wife, you just went, I need something. And I was drinking a lot of whiskey, not, because we all were, trying new things and stuff like that. And that's really where this absolute love grew for whiskey, I would say.
And who's inspired you on your journey? Who are kind of people, whether it be distillers or family or friends, that have kind of given you kind of the drive to kind of keep going and keep growing and keep challenging yourself?
I would say that, like, Katie, my wife, for number one, yeah. Because if it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have got into whiskey like this, to be honest with you. But this is going to sound really cheesy. I don't want to say cheesy, but like just the community in general. The thing that really opened my eyes when joining this community was quite how open it is, and just, everybody just wants to talk to each other. Everyone wants to kind of share their knowledge, share their whiskey, share whatever it is with you, and that's just kind of like an amazing thing about the community, which isn't the case in the music industry. I have to say, it's like the complete very close. But the whiskey industry is so welcome. So I have to say, just the community was the thing that really inspired me, because I was just talking to people and making friends with people just over whiskey, and that was just kind of like really amazing to me, that there was just a bond instantly from just something that is just it just seems like I thought it was just whiskey before, but now it's become a community, it's become a lifestyle, it's become all of these different things. So I think that has been the biggest influence to keep me going and just keep on meeting cool people who do interesting stuff.
So much so that we hope you might join us full time in the whiskey world.
One day, that is definitely where I'm looking at the moment, because it's just such a great industry, and I just really want to get involved in it. And I was at an event on Wednesday night, and what was really great about it was celebrating Fetterken's 200th birthday. But what was great about it was just walking into the room and just seeing loads of people, and you're just like, hello, how are you? How are you? How are you? And it's, these are certain people I hadn't seen in a while, or been on trips with, or just done little bits and bobs with. But it's just great seeing so many people and meeting so many interesting people from all walks of life, really. So that's kind of the thing that really attracts me about the industry.
And any drams that you're loving at the moment, or any favorites that you're like, yes?
So I think that my go-to dram is something like, like a kind of like the thing I say everyday pour. It's something like an Arran 10 for me. It's just like a kind of if I think bang for buck, that is pretty much the best, in my opinion, one of the best on the market, like 10-year-old.
100%.
So, absolutely, just a great distillery, Arran. Just really transparent, really kind of, lots of integrity, and I just absolutely love it. The best things I've tried recently, I tried a 26-year-old Tobermory, which was just out of this world at an event, which is part of their new series they're releasing, where they've been releasing the 22, the 23, 24, 25, 26, I think was that. And that's a really interesting concept, actually, releasing everything a year later from the same liquid. But yeah, so I think those, and I'm very, very partial to anything that Springbank do. I think that's one thing. I don't know. It's just I'm a bit of a collector as well. And once I get into those things, I just see Springbank and I'm like, I must have it, but it seems so impossible to get it. But usually the local barleys, the one I tried last year, was absolutely amazing. And otherwise, I love Edredale. The 12-year-old cask strength is one of my absolute favourites. It's just an absolute monster of a dram. And yeah, so those are some of my favourite ones at the moment.
And I think that's super nice that you've gone really varied with your choice there, I think. And that's, again, I think what's so exciting about whiskey.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I think the thing that I find so exciting about it as well, which I didn't realise at the start, is quite how varied it is. And that's now just becoming more and more varied. And, I do tastings with certain different things. And the amount of world whiskey that we've tried at places I just never really thought was a whiskey making country, and just some of the most amazing things. I tried Kiro, the Finnish whiskey, their wood smoke, which was the wood smoke rye, which is honestly one of the most crazy things I've ever tried, but it was absolutely amazing. And it's just stuff that I just never really thought I would have been trying. So yeah, that's really exciting as well.
Amazing. And we have 1 minute. So in 1 minute, can you tell me what you're most excited about the future of the whiskey industry or whiskey itself?
I've got a minute. Okay, that's a lot. That's a lot of bit. I am really excited about where it's going. I think that there's so much experimentation going on at the moment, but in a good way. And there's such a young and diverse kinds of population of people who are getting interested in whiskey, which is meaning brands are going to have and are starting to think of exciting new ways to deliver this product, which has kind of a lot of heritage, but also needs to look towards the future. So I think it's going to be really exciting to see where the industry goes once, given that all these new young people and people from diverse backgrounds are starting to like whiskey and really changing perceptions about what it is. So I think that's the really exciting thing for the future.
I love that. And you did that in under a minute, which is more impressive. Andy, you know, always, I've got to come down and see you guys.
Yes,
I
please
haven't
do,
met the
Tom.
wee one yet.
Please do,
but
Tom.
I would love to, but I big love to Katie for me. And thank you so much for taking time
You're
on a
welcome.
Saturday when you should be with them to join us.
No, this was a
and
little bit
tell
of a
your
holiday
story.
for me. This was a holiday. A 10-minute holiday, Dawn. You can talk. I'll talk for ages. It's a 10 minutes.
You're like, I'll stay.
Yeah, I'll stay. Okay. The interview's still going. No, I'm joking. Yeah.
You're like,
Thank you very much.
I'm busy. I'm busy. Brilliant. I
It's
love it.
lovely. Thank you for having me.
No, Andy, thank you so much. Love to you and the family, and
Thank you.
hopefully we'll see you more in the industry soon.
Yes, very much hope so. Thank you, Dawn.
So coming up, we have the amazing Billy Abbott back on stage to bring you what are we bringing you now, Billy?
Blending stuff.
Blending stuff. That was Billy's words, not mine. So we'll see you in a couple of minutes.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Whisky 24 Hours. I'm Billy Abbott, for those who may be just joining in. Ooh, lots of people. Excellent. Hello, lots of lovely people. So this session, I was asked, what do you want to do? What do you want to talk about? One of the things I think doesn't get anywhere near as much love as it should do is blended whiskey. But even beyond that, something I think doesn't get very much love are the whiskies that go into blended whiskies that nobody really talks about. We see some nice independent bottlings, a lot of these whiskies, but nobody really talks about the whiskies themselves. And so I thought to myself, who do I want to drag in to talk about the whiskies that are at the heart of the blend? There we go, you see, that's teamwork. These whiskies, they're used in blends, they're the whiskies that real sort of whiskey geeks, people who dive into single casks and independent bottlings really look for. So I thought, why not get myself a blender and a man who talks a load about whiskey and is a bit of a geek. So if you want to welcome my lovely guests, which will hopefully now appear on the screen, there we go. We have a blender and a whiskey geek, a fellow whiskey geek, I should say. Hello, lovely people. Hello, Pete. Hello, Roy. How you guys doing?
Billy. Hello, Pete. Hi, guys. How are we doing?
Good. Good. Anyway, so before we kick off and dive into the wonderful world of these 6 excellent whiskies, do you want to tell me who you are and what you do in the wonderful world of whiskey? Basically, why have I asked you here today? Pete, do you want to kick off first?
I was hoping you were going to say Roy first, as he's used to this, but we have an hour. I'll take that up. So, hi, gang. My name's Pete Allison. I'm one of the founders of Woven Whisky. We're a pretty new blending house based in Leith in Edinburgh, and we set up with the aim to try and answer the question, what can blended whiskies be? So as Billy just said, you know, we've got the perception that's been going around for the last 30, 40 years that blends may not be the best whiskies, but with Woven, we try to take some amazing whiskies, some of which we're going to try today, blend them together into compositions that you just wouldn't really normally find, and then get them into a bottle to send out to the world. So that's what we've been doing for the last 3 years. We now work with not just Scotch, but whiskies from all over the world as well, in order to try and bring in real sense of place and really interesting characteristics that complement each other perfectly in a bottle.
Excellent. Thanks, Pete. Well, I'll just say one thing though. What bit of the process do you do?
I'm the whiskey maker.
There we go. There we go. That's the really important bit of that one.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
I forgot about that. But yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, Roy, please tell me about yourself.
Well, I'm far less qualified than Pete, but it's still a pleasure to be here, guys. It's nice to hang out with you both on a Saturday afternoon. I'm Roy Aquaviti, creator of the Aquaviti channel on YouTube, host of the weekly whiskey-themed V-Pub, a virtual pub that goes out every Thursday night, editor of Dramface, and a co-host of the Online Scotch Whisky Awards. I am, as you quite rightly pointed out, Billy, I'm not involved in blending at all whatsoever. I do play at home with mixed results, very mixed results, but I'm very much a whiskey geek. I absolutely love the stuff. Yes.
As do I, which is, you know, I couldn't just have one whiskey geek on my own, because I also have tried blending many a time. I've taught people about blending whiskey and about how it's done on a purely theoretical scale.
Yes.
Just my practical results have demonstrated that I am not a person who should be allowed it with anything which is going to be, you know, sold to anybody. But it's an incredible skill blending. It's one of these things where, you know, it takes time, it takes practice, it takes experience, and yeah, people often, the thing that really annoys me about the whiskey world. My first ever whiskey I selected was a single cask Kilchoman, one of the only very, very few independent bottlings of Kilchoman until recently, when, you know, Anthony became slightly more free to letting other people have it. And I was given 2 samples and asked which one is best. And I said, this one is best. And we bottled it. And I was like, yay, well done, Billy. You've just chosen a fantastic whiskey. High five. But if I went and found, you know, 30, 40 whiskies from around the world, blend them together and created a blend, people go, oh, well done, blended whiskey, whatever. even down to smaller numbers. Just even putting together a few casks, it's really, really difficult. And it's something that I think gets a bit lost, and something that people are starting to realize again, thanks to folks like yourself, Pete, who, putting together whiskies and showing people there's a lot more to blends than they might think.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a very interesting one, isn't it? That the independent bottlings where you're selecting a single cask have got this revenance around them. And I think rightly so as well. I mean, there is a skill in itself of finding the perfect balance of flavors that represent that distillery in a cask that then you bottle, and you're able to put that out, and that's amazing. But I suppose where I look at it slightly differently is not necessarily how to get that perfect single color from a distillery, but how that single color will blend, or will be able to be put together with another to create a new flavor and a new sort of a new experience, I suppose. And that I guess is what blending is. But it's also kind of the fun and the excitement and the really cool stuff that we get to do. So I mean, I love independent bottling, and that's where I started sort of taking bottles from shelves and putting them together into glasses to give to friends to see what A plus B looks like. And I think that's something that we should all be doing. Because if you have sort of ends of bottles or whatever, create an infinity blend at your house, and that's a really good way of seeing how whiskey goes together. And it's a very old profession, I mean, this is what people have been doing for a very long time. So that's good fun. I love it.
Yeah. Oh, no, excellent. But so what we've got today on the mat is we have some distillery bottlings of things you don't normally see as distillery bottlings. We have some indie bottlings, and it's that thing of indie bottlings which allows us to get access to this quite a lot of the time. I know, Roy, you're somebody who sort of digs into those indies and sort of tries to tell people about these sort of lesser known distilleries when you sort of talk about things in the VPub and elsewhere, and on Tramface and all the many places that you tell people about the wonders of whiskey, And so, yeah, we got these 6 whiskies of varying different levels of difficulty to get hold of. But you dived into that a lot. Have you seen more of these available over the years, fewer of them? How have you seen that sort of change over the sort of like the recent history?
The short answer is a wee bit more, but you've done a very good job, Billy, of putting together 6 kind of, in fact, they're under the radar distilleries, aren't they? These are the probably, considering how well established 5 out of 6 of these distilleries we have in front of us are, they're really pretty tricky to get hold of, even under independent bottlings and things like that. We've got a Balmenic in front of us, and if we wanted to go out and pick up a Balmenic, maybe in 2024 we could go on to one of the online retailers like yourselves, and there's a chance that we'll maybe find one. But up until that point, Balmenic was so rare to pick up as a single malt. The rest of them much the same. We've got Flora and Fauna here, which is nice for those of us that's got access to Flora and Fauna. Diageo always did a good job of making their more obscure workhorses available through that range. But I would say that the reason that I want to talk about these things is that whiskey exploration is always about finding the next epiphany, right? Having the next moment, the next thing. And there's also an element in single malt whiskey these days, a bit of a Pokemon catch them all type thing going on. If there's a distillery making single malt, we'd kind of like to know what it tastes like, please. And it's fantastic to have these as ingredients to support people like Peter and all the amazing blenders out there. But a lot of the explosion in whiskey in recent times has been a pursuit of flavour and unlocking a unique potential from a single geographical location is pretty exciting. But these ones, have you even mentioned what these whiskies are? I don't know if there's a list anywhere in a description or something, but it might be worthwhile just pointing out what you've put together, because they really are pretty obscure things, and they're all, I believe, well, the vast majority of them, prized by blenders. They were all kind of listed as top class, which is probably why it's so difficult to get a hold of it as a malt, perhaps.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'll read. Also, I realised earlier on that I hadn't sent you out a potential order, so you don't actually know what order we might taste these in. At the same time, if you don't like this order, let me know, because you guys are dig into these yourselves.
Yeah.
So going through, starting off, we have some Glenlossie. This is a 10-year-old single cask. That is it 10-year-old single cask? Yes, it is. That's where's it gone? Where's my big list of things? Yes, that's a single malt of Scotland, bottled by my lovely colleagues over at Elixir Distillers. Sorry, former colleagues over at Elixir Distillers. We have a Manachmore, Glenlossie sister distillery. That's the flora and fauna we were talking about earlier on. We'll talk a little bit about the flora and fauna range and why that exists in a bit. We then have a Rizal, very interesting whiskey. And this is actually a whiskey I bought myself literally last week. I have a bottle of that. Anybody might come along to one of my tasting club tastings. I may have now just given away a whiskey you'll be getting at some point in time in the future. We don't tell anybody at the Whisky Exchange. There's really good deals on this in the airports at the moment. Anyway, moving on. Really good deals. It's ridiculous. Then we have the Balmenach that Roy was talking about. This is a Berry Brothers and Rudd 2011 12-year-old. Another interesting distillery. I've got one of my favourite sort of like tangents of all time comes away from Balmenach. An excellent and slightly interesting writer of whiskey and other things. Then we have a Tormore 2008. This is a 12-year-old cask strength, and it's bottled by Chivas Brothers as a sort of distillery bottling for all their other distilleries. Tormore may no longer belong to them, but we'll get onto that in a bit. And we might actually switch the last two around depending on... Oh, no, we won't. Have actually chosen it the right way around. And the final one on the list I've got here is a Milton Duff, bottled by us here at the Whisky Exchange. Back for the Whisky Show a few years ago, the Art of Whisky range. So going from sort of lighter styles into sort of more weightier styles with a bit of mix around in the middle. But very much these are all distilleries, but people just don't generally hear about them. And for a long time, I hadn't either. And over the years, I've now been to some of them. I've driven past some of them because you can't get into them, but also just sort of learned more about them. And like any distillery, they've got stories, they've got history, but also they have great whiskey. And hopefully at least one of these is going to have a little bit of effort behind it and people actually understand it as a single malt a lot more in the future. But yeah, they're all whiskies that deserve a little bit more of a spotlight. As you say, Roy, these really are the ones which are not only under the radar, but are underneath the ones that are under the radar. It's really out of the way.
Yeah, it's true.
Should we kick off talking about...
These are the whiskies that turn up on the blending table just with codes, numbers. You never know what distilleries they are, except from just by a couple of digits at the beginning.
I've been very fortunate only to, even with helping out with blending samples back in the days when Elixir Distillers were part of our little family, and we sort of managed to sort of see some of the stuff they were doing. Even then, we were dealing with small enough stuff that we would see at least what the actual whiskies were. But yeah, when you start dealing with blending on a larger scale or dealing with that and slightly more anonymous side of the industry, it really is. You even get characters stripped away at that point. It's a weird one, but again, it's one where if you know what it is, you know what it is. And when it comes to something like to kick off with, I think Glenlossie's a pretty good one.
Yes.
So the distillery itself, I've looked up a little bit. I write lots of stuff down on pieces of paper, but this is a distillery founded back in 1876. So this isn't like a little distillery that's popped up recently, which nobody's heard of. This has been there for 150 years, and it's a distillery which basically until fairly recently, hasn't really had any sort of ongoing and regular expressions. We're talking about the flora and fauna, mentioned that a few times, and it's a range we'll talk about with the next whiskey a bit more. This popped up in 1990, and as far as I know, apart from a few special releases and single casks like this one, the only bottling the distillery puts out is that flora and fauna bottling, that single expression, and it's difficult to find other than that, and it's a bit sad because I quite like Glenlossie. It's like you say, it's like one under the radar, but it's pretty. It's bright.
It's well loved. It's a well loved distillery. There's a lot of people out there that follow it, that pick up whatever they can get. Occasionally Signatory will release something from Glenlossie and people will snap it up. It is loved, but I think it's one of the things is that I noticed, because I did a wee bit of reading ahead of this session to Billy, and you realise that Glenlossie has gone from being one of Diageo's smallest, tiniest distilleries just 15, 16, 18 years ago. You know, the only thing that would have been smaller would have been Oban and Royal Lochnagar. But now it's a factory now. It's producing much more malt than it ever was. I think we're away, but so from going from less than 1 million litres, we're all the way up at, you know, close to 4 million litres. It's a huge increase in capacity now. They might not be producing that, but they're producing a lot more than they ever have. I wonder if that would make any more of it available to people like you, Peter.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you straight up that this is a fantastic whiskey to start with, because it's actually one of my favourite blending malts. So I'm absolutely beside myself that we're able to do this, because although you mentioned that we're going to be going from light to heavy, I definitely put Glenlossie into that sort of that mid-range, because it does use I think by the way, Roy and Bill, you guys are going to be the experts in this, but I'm pretty sure that they do use worm tubs for their condensers. So you get a little bit of that weight coming in, but it also has this amazing sort of fresh green apple like coming through, pears and citrus as well. And as a single malt to pair with a grain, you know, if you look at what Glenlossie would be used for, mainly it's going to be your Johnny Walkers. It's a Diageo single malt, so it's probably going to be with your Diageo grains, and something like a North British, which is slightly brill cream and custard cream, goes fantastically with that fruit and that depth coming from the Glenlossie amazingly. So it's such a cool whiskey. Like, I absolutely love it, and it's impossible to find on the open market, as it were. But I hope that with the increase of production, I didn't actually know that, Roy, at all about the increase in production, but I'm guessing it's to do with the rise of with just to meet demand. I'm presuming, but you can certainly see why it's a fantastic base malt for any blend, I'd say.
Well, it's even more than that. It's just general capacity, because if a distillery can make 1 million litres, you're not sure of what they're actually making. But I guess about 20 years ago, Glenlossie was closed for 6 months of the year, and the team from Manachmore came over and ran Glenlossie. And then they closed Glenlossie and cranked up Manachmore and ran it for the other 6 months of the year. And I don't know how long that was happening for, but that obviously the net effect of that is there's going to probably be enough for what they think they need for their blending. But in terms of single malt availability, it's probably going to restrict the flow of that. So mature teenage Glenlossie is probably, hopefully in the future, going to be a wee bit more available than it is right now, you would hope, because of that.
Yeah. Well, back in the day, this was one of the big whiskies at the heart of Hague for many, many years, and that was sort of like it's sort of stock in trade. But as you say, they cranked it up. The way that Diageo sort of talk internally when you speak to some of their blenders and their sort of single malt team, and they talk about the different styles, and they have like a wheel of styles, and all the distilleries slot into one of those sort of styles of whiskey, so that they're not quite interchangeable, but those characteristics mean they can sort of switch in and out if they need to, and if they need to up one of them, you don't get quite the same whiskey, but you get things which are interchangeable, which can be switched around if they need to a little bit. And this one fits into the green grassy sort of category quite a lot. I think I'm fairly certain they do now use shell and tube condensers. I can't remember, I remember my reading upstairs a little bit ago, but I can't quite remember exactly. So I think they're trying to push more into that green and grassy lighter style. But it could well be they're running some stuff through, tweaking your condenser temperatures and things like that to get it a bit weightier if they've switched over from worm tubs. Because again, it's that whole thing of green grassy is the style, but then they switch around up and down in that, get the different levels of weightiness. So they have those blending components they need. And this is this weird thing when, you're blending on a much more boutique scale, but when you jack it up to, hello, I need to make Johnny Walker Red Label, I've got 12 million cases to make or something like that. That's a slightly different sort of feel to it. And at that point in time, it's an industrial process, which is really difficult to do to hit those flavor profiles. You can average stuff out over a large quantity of liquid, but you still need to have those buckets in the first place, those big buckets of liquid. And so something like Glenglossy, when you're saying, well, you know, they're jacking up production, pumping the stuff out, then Malachmore, which we're going to look at next, which is the sister distillery, you know, slightly different style. But they'll go, we need to do that, need to do that. But as certain, you know, it's those glorious sort of like looking into the future, looking at the trends of whiskey and saying, we need more of this flavor. And then that goes into things like Hague, which we don't see so much anymore over here, but still pops up around the world. But that does mean if it's not quite so popular, they might need so much of it because it will be going Johnny Walker, but maybe not so much. So maybe we'll see a little bit more of that single malt popping out if it's not needed so much.
I think it would be a treat if we did. I really do. I think I'd be interested to ask Pete if he reduces when he's blending as well, because it's interesting that Flora and Fauna, the number 2 dram, is 43%. So it's really, you can get right into the nose, you know, and it displays itself quite well. But the higher ABV of the first one makes it a wee bit harder. You've got to be a wee bit more patient with it. I'm going to put a wee bit of water in it too. But it is grassy. You don't, just by power of suggestion, of course, we're getting that. But it's also, to me, a wee bit resinous too. You get a wee bit of pine needle quality, which is really quite something that I've come to enjoy in a malt whiskey too. Having these two together, it's remarkable how different they actually are, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Glenlossie is one of those whiskies that it's got a relatively dry finish to it. It's not although it's got quite a long on the palate, it's relatively dry at the end, and that plays into that sort of that fresh, piney, grassy, almost herbaceous note that you get. But at the 4, it's all fruit, and then it goes into that sort of amazing thing. So that's a cool whiskey. I absolutely love it, and it's definitely a blender's friend, this one.
See, this specific one we've got here, it has all those bits, you know, but it also has a nice creaminess from the cask. And I didn't write down the cask details on this one, but I'm assuming it's like, you know, a first fill or a fairly active refill bourbon at 12 years old. And for flavor-wise sort of thing, color-wise, it's not pulling out a load, but it's got that nice sort of buttery, creamy character to it, as well as all that nice fruit. And as you say, it sort of dries out in the finish a little bit. But you do have that proper green grassy, resinous, pine needly, all those things. It's that brighter sort of thing. As you said, you know, North British is it's a fat thing. It really is. You know, if you wander around Edinburgh on a distillation day and everything smells of Marmite and Bovril, and you have that weight of North British. And I still remember years ago, Ludo de Croc, who now works for, I think he's White Mackay now, does loads of stuff there, but he used to be a Grants ambassador. And he brought us Grants 25. He brought us the 25 blending components that went into Grants 25.
Oh, wow.
And one of them he put on the mat in front of us was a 25-year-old North British. And the entire room took a sniff of it and a sip of it and went, that's horrible. That's literally undrinkable. And he said, yep. You don't drink on its own. You put a drop of that in. And so those little tiny bits of components sort of thing where, you know, it's big fat and over the top, but changes the texture and the weight of a whiskey. But having stuff like that, which is this brighter thing against those bigger fat things, you know, those combinations can really, as you were saying, Pete, they work together, they cut each other, they sort of like meld together to make something very different.
So beautiful.
I've just put one of these in my basket, Billy. Well done on your salesmanship.
Well, it wasn't the entire intention, but I'll quite happily take it. If only I was on commission. Oh, dear. But yeah, you're saying, Roy, comparing to the next one, and this is the thing which I find really interesting about these first two, which is why I want to keep them together. And unfortunately, why I've now switched them around. So we did the strong one and then the 43% afterwards.
What's the next one?
Malachmore. Malachmore,
yes.
Flora and Fauna. Excellent focusing and depth of field there, Roy. It's almost like you do this more often than I do. Oh dear. I have a very beautiful camera, but it's very, very fixed focus. If I move too far, I'll get told off by a videographer. But the second one we got this Malachmore. And Malachmore is on the same site as Glenlossie. It's a dual distilling site. They've got a big dark grains plant there as well for doing sort of processing of waste materials. And as you said, they used to run next to each other. But Malachmore, even more than Glenlossie, I would say, outside of one thing, which I will mention later on, doesn't really have any sort of recognition in the whiskey world. Malachmore is not a thing that people sort of jump up and down for a lot, apart from when you dive into the whiskey geek world a little bit more. Then there's loads of us who know of it, but often it's through a whiskey known as Loch Dhu, which I'll get onto in a bit. So what do we think of this one?
I'm always super impressed how much flavour can be discovered in a 43% flora and fauna bottle.
Yeah.
I have rants from time to time about Diageo and things, their guardianship and stuff, but sometimes they are just just amazing. The flora and fauna is probably one of the things that I enjoy as a range of products more than anything else. And it's crazy to me that it's for somebody who rants and would really like to see a lot more naturally presented whiskey. You know, you look at the flora and fauna releases and it's just, they tend to be pretty wonderful, elegant things. And they look very elegant on a shelf too as a wee collection. I'm sipping this on the back of that really lovely textured cask strength 10-year-old Glenlossie, made right next door to this 12-year-old Manachmore at 43%. But the flavour on the Manachmore is just fantastic. And this is one of my favourite flora and faunas as well. You can see the levels really quite low. I get through this one and I enjoy it. I tend to buy it when it's on offer. It's not too expensive. I'm reminded, Billy, how good a wee malt whiskey it is.
And this is the thing about the flora and fauna range. You know, you were saying earlier on, Roy, about how we're seeing exposure to these whiskies that we just wouldn't see otherwise. One of the great things about Diageo, they can put out these little things, and while they do many things that annoy over the years, I think since 1990, this one appeared. I think it's around then the whole range did. And the story, I have no idea how true the story is, because it's a story. I work in marketing myself. I make stuff up all the time. So I tell the truth all the time. Manachmore and the flora and fauna range was because the distilleries didn't have a chance to try their own whiskies.
Yes.
And that's the story, but it sort of feels right because, you know, they had the rare malt series and, you know, try and dive in and drag all these other ones out. Now with the special releases and occasionally the Prima and Ultima ridiculousnesses. But there's this thing there all the time. If you want to go and try a whiskey from Diageo, you can normally find a bottle of it with like two major exceptions. Rosail until recently and Lagavulin, which of course doesn't exist. Yeah. But yeah, and Steve just popped up there sort of saying 11-year-old Carmore Manachmore is delightful. That's the glory of the single cask and the small batch bottlings for independent bottlers. Manachmore that's pretty much the only place you ever find these sort of popping up. Apart from the fact that we're really lucky and the Diageo has let a little bit out in the flora and fauna. That range does tweak around a little bit on occasion and things disappear, you know. You can't get Clynelish flora and fauna anymore, but you can get Clynelish 14 at least.
Yes.
And mostly they're all still there. Is Dalyuan properly gone now, or is that still just kicking around a little bit?
I know you can still get Dalyuan, 16-year-old, yeah. Well, I hope you can. The last time I picked up a bottle, yes, wasn't so long ago, and it was there.
It's that thing, they seem to produce to order a little bit. You know, until when their stocks start getting low, they'll do another batch, and then so sometimes there's little gaps in their supply, which always leads to a rumor of the sky is falling, we can't get this anymore.
That's right. It's more like 16 all over again, right? It's going to disappear.
What I would say about that is that I heard tales of what the sales figures were before they discontinued it and moved it to the new range. And it was lovely that people said that Mortlach was one of their favourite whiskies and they really liked to be able to buy it. But if more of them had actually bought it, that might have helped things along a little bit. Zakinda may have stocked up quite well here at the Whisky Exchange, and we had it for a while after it disappeared. I think we bought most of it because it was just that whiskey. This is the thing about the flora and faunas, though. People don't always buy them because they know they're there, and if they want to, they could go and grab them. And with these smaller, tiny bits and pieces, these tiny little dangly bits off Diageo, which aren't so important to them, it's important to make sure that keep an eye and make sure you stock up when you can, because you never know when they might disappear. But sorry, Pete, what do you reckon?
I mean, Manachmore is one of those distilleries that you're instantly drawn to because of its character, right? It's this flowery, almost coming into rosebud territory, and then you've got this amazing sort of pear drop and a little bit of lime citrus as well coming in as well. And so this is the perfect whiskey to almost have that bring that mid palate up to like a climax, so then come down again. So you'd be looking to sort of blend in Manachmore at sort of the second stage. If you're looking at building up a texture first of a whiskey, say if you're using Glenlossie or something like that, with your grain, and then you'd be adding in your Manachmore in order to sort of reach those sort of quite high estery, like limey, citrus, very floral, you know, clean notes at the top to then come back down again as well. I have to say, I've not tried this Flora and Fauna bottling before. And can I just say that this is honestly one of the best little whiskies that I've had for quite a while. Like absolutely stunning. When I brought it up to my nose a second ago, I was like, that is incredible. Quite different from the cask samples that we received. So they've obviously done a great job at selecting the right casks and then bring it down to the ABV and doing the right stuff. So no, beautiful. Manachmore is definitely a diamond in the rough, and I would certainly like to see it come more to the fore in terms of people being able to buy it, but not too much because it's relatively available. So it's one of those ones that we may or may not use from time to time.
It's interesting the point you made about the Mortlach there, Billy, and how that perhaps when it was available as a 16-year-old through Flora and Fauna, it wasn't that well. It didn't sell so well, and I think it was probably because it was one of those whiskies that people kept very close to their chest back in the day. They didn't talk about it a lot. They didn't want it to be hard to get a hold of, and obviously that kind of bit them in the backside, maybe. I think that the more that we kind of celebrate things, that's stepping forward with the best intentions and good faith, and the hope that the companies kind of keep the stuff going. I constantly have a decent selection of Flora and Fauna on the shelf because it's one of my, it's not a guilty pleasure. I don't feel guilty about it. It's just one of my wee pleasures. I think it's always been a fantastic range.
Yeah. I'd say the only problem really, we saw Diageo often go to the Flora and Fauna range to move it onto the next thing. So, we have the joys of like Clynelish sat there in the Flora and Fauna range. People went, oh, this is really good. It becomes Clynelish 14 and becomes the beast we know today. And Kalila disappeared off into Kalila 12 and things with Flora and Fauna. And Manachmore led to the wonders of Loch Dhu, which I can't really go past Manachmore without mentioning. In Sekinda's collection that he used to store in here before he ran away to nearby and stores his whiskey all over the place now. In his collection, my favourite bottle was a bottle of Loch Dhu, but it seemed to be a fake bottle of Loch Dhu that had been put together as a mock-up for one of the potential packaging choices they made for it. So it's the rarest bottle of one of the worst whiskies ever made. So for those who don't know, Pete.
Question, Billy. I don't know this story. Tell me.
Oh wow. Well, so Loch Dhu was a whiskey that Loch Dhu, the Black Loch.
Yeah.
And so it was Manachmore, which was subjected to a special process in Denmark, I do believe was the phrase used. That special process was they shoved a shed load of caramel into it to make it go opaquely black. Then sold it as the black whiskey. So consequently, they took a very light, young Manachmore with not enough character to stand up to a pile of acrid colouring. And made a whiskey that was worryingly popular in the Nordic region. And it's meant to be terrible. I think it's Whiskey Fun, where Serge has reviewed both a 70 CL and a 35 CL bottle. And the 35 CL bottle got a slightly higher score due to there being less of it. And it's that sort of like whiskey. And I remember I've never tried it, so I never had a chance, because by the time I discovered it, the prices started going up because it had been discontinued due to it being so terrible. And as far as I know, one guy ended up buying the entirety of the remaining stock and has attempted to sell it to a variety of people over the years, both by the bottle and by all of the remaining stock whenever he possibly can. And it's now hundreds of pounds a bottle, and it's terrible. It's one of the worst things I've been told that you will ever drink.
What's crazier is that after it was discontinued, there's been at least 2 other pretenders come along to try and take its place. Kudav and then Ben Du more recently. I think both of those were perhaps made at Speyside
What,
Distillery.
to be the black,
the black whiskey. Yes.
I saw one recently, and I can't remember who it was, but I saw it online the other day, and I thought that looks suspect.
Probably Bendu. I think that's still around a little bit. Yeah, Kudu. Well, they spelled do wrong as well for Kudu, which was quite impressive. So it's not Kudu, it's Kudub. Yeah. So, but no, that was really bad actually. Kudu was even worse than Lochdu from what I've heard. So, but poor Manachmal, that's literally the literal tarring of its reputation. It's just.
Well, I need to say that bottle there that you've given us is absolutely special. It's a very special little whiskey. So
yeah,
that's
what we're trying to go for here is dig out these things. People go, oh yeah, whatever. I've never heard of that, but they are worth looking for. The indie ones and the flora and fauna, just in general, as you say, Roy, they're a useful thing to have knocking around if you want to show people whiskies they wouldn't normally find.
Yeah.
So, there we go. And somebody's popped up. The Speyburn Flora and Fauna is a very serious whiskey in many different ways, but also a very difficult one to find, which people seem to spend a lot of money on auction for some reason.
People were buying the Flora and Fauna Mortlach to drink. Nobody ever buys Speyburn Flora and Fauna to drink, ever.
Mostly to put on the back bar at John Beach's place in Drummer Jockey, I think. That's a different matter for another day, which I don't think I'm actually allowed to talk about. But anyway, moving on. Yes, so should we move on to another whiskey? This is another Diageo one, but this is moving in a very different direction. So this is Rosail, I would say, should go for next. So I remember when I first started the Whisky Exchange, this distillery was only a couple of years old. I think check my notes. I think it was 2009 they opened. 2009. And they sort of occasionally took sort of whiskey press up. I've never been up. I've just seen pictures, heard tales of people go up there. And when I started back in 2011, it was already nicknamed the Death Star.
Yes.
And this is the thing we've seen in a few places. So Ailsa Bay, William Grant's distillery, has a similar idea to it. And the idea was to make a really versatile distillery, because one of the things about all these distilleries we're talking about is they're very distinctive. And one of the things that we've seen is that sometimes you need to ramp production up. And if you need to ramp production up due to predictions and you need to do it before you can add more capacity, what do? And if you want to ramp it down again afterwards, you spend a lot of money. So Rosail was this idea of building a very versatile distillery where you could dial in what you wanted to make a lot easier. Ailsa Bay is quite similar. So I think on the Ailsa Bay front, Monkey Shoulder is now mostly made from Ailsa Bay spirit rather than across their 3 malt distilleries in Speyside, because they can make spirit of a very similar character and to the same quality. Right, they can then use the other stuff for single malt where people want to have that as a specific single malt. You can make almost exactly the same spirit elsewhere. But this is last year's special release. So this is the first ever official release of Rosail whiskey. It's popped up in other special releases. There was, I think is it Clalla? There was something 13, which was all 13 of Diageo's malt distilleries, which I think included Rosail and may have included Lagavulin as well, which is an experimental distillery hidden inside Rosail, maybe, I think. But Rosail itself, so I've written down some notes on this one. They're really interesting distillery, and on the geeky front, they got 14 stills of different sizes and shapes, and they have 3 wash and 3 spirit, which have got stainless steel condensers that they can switch in if they want to. Normally copper strips out weightier sulfury compounds. Switching to stainless steel, automatically you've got a fatter, heavier whiskey. And so you have this versatility of different still shapes, different still sizes, and the ability to kick in, make meaty, almost with the push of a button. And so they make, again, those grassy styles, so Speyside grassy, Highland grassy, and what's the other one? And nutty spicy and things like that. They have these sort of like areas of whiskey that they can pull together. And so when you say Rosail, that doesn't really give you anything up front just from the name. Yeah, that means, hello, we've made some whiskey and we put it out, I'm reading up into bits and pieces today. I found some old malt whiskey yearbooks which said things like, no significant amounts of peated whiskey have been made at Rosail yet in 2017. And in 2012, they're saying, it's producing a light and fruity spirit. And I was having a chat with Stuart Morrison from the blending team who put together this for the special releases last year, and he said it's a medium-bodied spirit. So it's a mixture of their grassy, fruity, and earthy spirits. So from that brighter to the middle to the sort of richer end of it as well. Wouldn't tell me any more than that because, you know, generally Diageo blending team are a little bit reticent to tell you the inside workings of their distilleries, as you'd expect. But
definitely the texture piece there is definitely coming through. I mean, it's got almost like a lukewarm water sort of texture where it feels a little bit glossy, and then it's also got. I mean, this is I'll be completely straight with you. This is my first time tasting a Rosale. So
this is my second. The first one was when I went to the launch of it, and the third will be when I open my bottle of it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's got a sweetness almost like a bubblegum sweetness that then goes quite herbal, maybe slightly chartreusey, which is really cool. And then it's got this fruitiness as well. But what you were saying there, and what I understand, it's the OG of the sort of the versatile distillery was Loch Lomond, right? And you've got sort of that. What I like about that type of distillery is their ability to almost blend on site from their own various different house styles to create something that is genuinely unique, and I think that's really cool. So if they're going to be coming out with a Rosale single malt, then they're going to be coming out with something spectacular because they're able to take all those different styles and put them together in something that is perfect. So yeah, I think this is wonderful. Great texture, really nice palate. Would love to use it.
And again, that idea of blending on site was one of the reasons I want to sort of drag this one in, outside of the fact that it gives us all a chance, more people to give a chance to actually try Rosale. It's got, you're saying herbal texture. Of course, I wouldn't have any experience of this, but it's got almost like a sort of weedy, sort of marijuana-y, sort of like pungent green herb note in the middle of it for me. I would say more hops. Hops is the thing I know more about.
Hops and oregano. Yeah.
Hops and oregano, yeah. It's got that sort of like vegetal note in the middle. It has this sort of richer, earthy, spicy bit in there. It has a little bit of that fruitiness, but not so much. I think that's probably the sort of the lower end of it. But I'm really interested in the distillery. I want to go and see it. I love technological terrors like things like Rosale and Elsa Bay, but I've not seen Macallan's new shiny thing. I've seen Glenlivet, and that's pretty shiny. But the fact that they are big sort of piles of technology doesn't stop them producing interesting spirits. It's just different ways of doing it. And Rosale is really interesting. It does have this flexibility, and if the first thing they're putting out is this, showing that wider range, it's hopefully they might see more. So what do you reckon, Roy?
This is the most I've enjoyed a glass of it. It's probably the company that I'm sipping it with. I've enjoyed every time I've tried this, but I think it's coming to me much more. And I agree with, in terms of the nosing and the flavors and things that you guys have drawn out, fantastic. I agree with everything. For me, I was getting a wee bit of eucalyptus, almost like Lockett's. The sweets, I can sometimes get that one, especially kind of more sagey, herbaceous styles. But there's a real richness, roundness. There is a bit of a fattiness to this, honestly, maybe compared to the other two. There's good body to this as well. That sipping it in contrast with the other two kind of shows that off a wee bit. I'm enjoying it. I think for a long time we waited to see what Diageo would do in terms of a single malt offering from Rosale. There was rumours of Flora and Fauna appearing once upon a time. But obviously the first chance we've got, as you quite rightly say, is this special releases last year. I famously got caught out at auction and paid 80 quid for a 20 cl bottle because I just didn't pay attention to the lot. Be careful, it's a tip for everyone, right? And I think it's I wonder, it's a great point you make, Pete, about Loch Lomond and its flexibility. But Loch Lomond has managed to create in recent years a real following, a real love for the products, the spirit, despite the fact that it can switch up and change it. At the next release, it can be completely different. I wonder if that can be possible at Rosale. But of course, I'm looking at this through the lens of a single malt enthusiast when this whole session is about just how important this distillery is to Diageo for blending purposes?
I mean, I don't know, but my instinct would say that this would be to be able to back up. You know, if you're looking at something like Clynelish, which has that waxy oiliness, this certainly has something akin to that, and so you'd be looking at being able to, in the same way that Ailsa Bay does it for Willie G's, right? You'd be able to replicate a style or a texture or a flavor profile from a centralized location, which would be Rhode Island. That it makes sense from, you know, from my little knowledge of how the inner workings of Diageo works, to be able to have a distillery that was able to do that. And I think that whiskey is absolutely smashing. A little bit spicy. It's got some real chili spice coming in, but which I would expect to be able to, you know, if you're looking at how you would blend this, then you'd be able to take down that spice quite easily just by adding a couple of other malts and a fair bit of grain, and you're still going to have all of those wonderful flavors coming through from the Rosal. So that's smashing. Absolutely love it.
I don't know if you were exposed, Billy, back in the day to any of the rumours when they were building Rosal 2008, 2009, and that was we were going to see the end to distilleries like, you know, potentially Glenlossie's and other kind of workhorse distilleries, which obviously never came true, because obviously with the boom has demanded that everyone increases capacity over those same 15 years. But do you remember those rumours circulating at the time?
Yeah, it was just my early days of getting into whiskey geekdom rather than just drinking a load of it. And I just remember, yeah, there was this constant worry that it's like, well, they're building this to replace. You know, William Grant's built Ailsa Bay to specifically complement and to take the pressure off. But it's about 2010, I think potentially Rosal was going to replace things. But when we had that boom sort of kicked off, 2010, 2011, good prediction by Diageo, back before China banned some of the corruption-y bits and pieces, and a bottle of Johnny Walker Black Label stopped being a bribery unit, and therefore they didn't need quite so much in China. You know, you even see the sales figures, Johnny Walker Black Label go, boop, you know, the bribes drop off. But they needed more. They needed more whiskey, and they needed more of these things where they can drop them into the blends to approximate places where they need to fill in gaps in their inventory. You know, if you look back in history, you know, why do we have a load of Brora? Well, partly because they were rebuilding Kalila because it was falling to pieces and needed sort of like be upgraded back in the 60s. So they turned on Brora, which they turned off because they built a new distillery to replace it. So there's always those little sort of things you don't realize, but there's also gaps in production from bad years. So having something like Rosal now, I think they realize they need to keep the distilleries. It's not every company doing it, and literally our sort of 2 whiskeys on, we'll look into that of a company who has said we don't need that distillery anymore, in the choice of Tormore. But Diageo so far seem to be keeping a firm grip on their distilleries because they need the capacity, and they are a company, much as, again, you know, I may diss them on occasion. I do live literally next door to their former HQ. I used to look at their lovely big red Diageo sign every morning when I woke up. They're pretty good at planning. I can't take that away from them.
Yeah. They've had to make difficult decisions, and well, 100 years ago, 30 years ago, 35 years ago, very, very difficult decisions, and heartbreaking decisions for malt enthusiasts. But you could argue that for the long-term health of the industry, given the conditions at those times, that they made clever decisions, business decisions that maybe preserved the life of whiskey. I still believe that Diageo, it's interesting that the first 3 drams, we've been spending a lot of time talking about Diageo, but the first 3 drams, anybody that's tuning in will be relieved to know that I think from here on in, Billy, you've curated things outside of the Diageo portfolio. But they do own some of the crown jewels of Scotch malt distilleries even today, and we love them. We dearly love them.
They do, and they own the workhorses of the industry. You know, they own the blending malts pretty much, and they do it well, and they manage it well. and credit to them because they do manage the Scotch industry incredibly.
I just remember I got the number wrong. It's Clarach 23. They have 23 malt distilleries out of the 100, whatever it is. So I think at least
was there not a special release, the Collective as well, 28?
Collective and 20. I can't remember Roman numerals. It's after 6 o'clock. Is it after 6 o'clock?
Yeah.
Yes, it's after 6 o'clock. I have no idea. I can't see the daylight. So, but yeah. So they have 28. So they have a significant proportion. They've got I think it used to be sort of 28 and a half because they own half of North British as well. And it's got 29 and a half, including Cameron Bridge. But yeah, they do a lot of work, and they might get a load of abuse from us, Scotch whisky people. And I say, if you speak to Nick Morgan, formerly of Diageo, he will quite happily tell you about his opinions of many of the people who've given them abuse over the years.
Yeah,
mostly justified.
It's 31 and a half now, Billy. 31 and a half. Brora and Port Ellen are back on stream.
God, I forgot about that. Port Ellen as well now. Isn't it?
All this, everything that happens while we sleep, right? It's incredible to watch this boom, and the capacity of those 31 distilleries is double what it was 15 years ago as well. Malt production, I should say. Maybe not the grain. I'm not so sure about the grain. It's incredible to see.
I think Cameron Bridge did an upgrade a few years ago where they went to become the largest distillery in Europe. I think it was Cameron Bridge did that. I worked out the time. So Kilchoman, on their previous half production as they are now, made in a year what Cameron Bridge made in 45 minutes, which is, it's now an hour and a half. So, it's still a good number. But.
Yeah.
Anyway, we should probably move on to the next whiskey before I start getting the flashing light of talk faster, Billy. So on to our Balmenach, and Roy, I'll throw this one over to you because you were the one overjoyed to see one in here. It's one which I've very, very rarely tried.
Well, I'll tell you, when I hear about a Balmenach being released, I tend to show immediate interest. I've got an SMWS here. These are very, very rarely seen things. It's Inverhouse, obviously, or Thai Beverage, or it's not a Diageo product. Somebody mentioned worm tubs earlier. We are now firmly in worm tub territory. But in Inverhouse's portfolio, it's their second biggest, and yet we never ever see it represented. It is probably the best example of because if you consider the policies of Inverhouse and how really quite full their single malt ranges are, it really shows how neglected Balmenach is. Maybe it's because they really need it for the blends. It's preserved for the blends. Maybe it's because there's a huge focus on the gin production there. Personally, I think that this is just such a fantastic malt whiskey that the difference it makes to blends makes it utterly precious. I think that's the reason for it. If you've sipped this already, the first thing, I've not even got into the nose or the flavour yet, but the texture of this one is gorgeous. You can just lick it off your teeth, right? It's fantastic.
No, it's a distillery which my first ever trip after just starting in the industry was an Inverhouse trip, and we went to Pulteney, we went to Balblair, we went to Speyburn. Nobody goes to Speyburn. We were allowed to go and play at Speyburn. Back in the days when it was nobody got in. Yeah. And we drove past Balmenach, and they went, there it is, and that was it. And I've heard tales of people who work for Inverhouse not being able to get into Balmenach apart from to go and see the gin shed. It's a workhorse. It's an old distillery. It's been around for ages. I've got him on the list. 1824. My favourite bit about it is as a writer, I think writer is doing him down a little bit. An interesting gentleman by the name of Robert Bruce Lockhart, who wrote a book about whiskey in the 1950s, I think.
Yeah.
50s. And excellent book. Definitely read it. The thing I very much like about him is his grandfather founded the distillery. He grew up, with summers at the distillery or winters at the distillery. And my favorite about it was he was arrested during the Russian Revolution for trying to assassinate Lenin. So basically he was a spy as well, on top of all of that sort of thing. So yeah, whiskey family turned spy. Here's a man to look into if you haven't looked into him already. But yeah, we just don't, that's it. That's literally all the insight we have into Balmenach. A lot of it is from his book and people who've worked there, but Inverhouse just keep it quiet. They quite happily focused on all the other ones. Sorry, the guys have just dropped down that question before we could focus. There we go. Leave it there for a moment. We'll get back to it in a second. Sorry, Pete.
Balmenic is, I mean, it's a fascinating distillery, but whenever you see it on a cask list, you need to get it. It's an absolutely wonderful whiskey. It's heavy. It's got the weight behind it. It's got spice. It's got warmth without that being sherried. It's got such a long profile that you can add it. It's a great topping malt. Really is. So you're able to just smooth everything off with that texture, and you're able just to enhance the body of a blend just by adding a little bit of Balmenic. So wonderful whiskey, very rich and malty rather than fruity and floral. So it's almost at the exact opposite end as the maybe some of the lighter whiskies that we've tried. But I mean, this is a whiskey that you build around rather than right. It just is. So I think it's used in is it Hanky Bannister and things like that. I mean, really rated whiskey, absolutely wonderful if you do try it, because it's got quite a big proportion of Balmenic, I think. I'm not too sure. I mean, we don't work with Inverhouse. If anybody from Inverhouse is there, hello. I would love to get your number. But yeah, perfect, absolutely wonderful. Good that we all are agreeing on love for Balmenic.
Well, and I don't know, Billy, you might be able to help shine a wee bit of light on this, because I'm going to share a fact that may be purely anecdotal. But I bought this based on the belief that it was Balmenic.
It used to be, at least. The guys who put that together were the only people who were seemingly working with the distillery for many years, I think before Inverhouse got in there. So I was reading about it earlier on. That is the bottling which is given as the example of a Balmenic you can find in the Malt Whisky Yearbook.
Yes.
What was it?
That's
Sorry,
it was.
It's a deer. So I'll show you again, Pete. It's a deerstalker, 12-year-old deerstalker. The ABV's low on this one. It's made by a company called, what were they called?
It's like Absteco or something like that. It's not Abstergo. That's something from a computer game, I think. But it's a weird name.
Aberco or something.
Yeah,
I think it's a contraction of what the company used to be called. It was something like Aberlour and Night, or Aber something and Night. I can't remember, but it's the ABV on this is either 40 or 43%. Just let me check. Where is it? And it's unfortunately 43%. It's not I'd say the best representation of Balmenic. But when you're sipping it, and it's one of these hidden malts, and you're sipping it, just trying to decide whether it's a decent whiskey or not, because there's no real way of knowing that it is actually. Deerstalker has also been sourced from Brave Isle, for instance, and other places apparently. But yeah, it would be nice if we knew when, and for the geeks in us who cannot get a hold of Balmenic, right? Cannot. It's nice to see that you've got a selection there on the site today, including this Berry Brothers one.
Yeah,
but it's generally speaking a pretty tough thing to track down.
Well, we need to move on because we're running out of time. But quick question for you, Pete, as we sort of dive into this till more. Chanel was asking, when you're putting together a blended whiskey, do you start with like the idea of what you want to get at the end, and then look for building blocks, or do you start with building blocks and play around and then get to the end?
In truth, I do both. I've normally got between sort of 5 and 15 blends sort of ruminating behind me on the table at any one time. And they are, so I have a list of concepts that we always try to keep updated and add to. So whether that's to try and build a whiskey that is got the salinity of the sea, but then you got pine notes coming through because you like to enjoy the forest beside the sea, or shit example, but or someone else, but then that's what I'm working on right now. So and then I've also got a whole load of whiskies that I'm putting together from the base up, because Balmenic and Old Garvin are amazing together. So let's build up from there, and then build out a concept on top. So both very much, but I always try and work as much thought and thinking and concept behind a whiskey as possible, because it takes a long time. It's between sort of 100 and 300 hours of sort of trying to think about liquid each one. So it's a good fun process. But yeah, definitely both.
Excellent. Oh,
yeah.
Again, weird messages reminding me I have to move on. So move on to our fifth whiskey. So this is a Tormore. This is a distillery bottling. So Chivas do these bottlings. They're like cask strength flora and faunas, but you only can get them from their distilleries. Yeah. And they're little sort of small batch and single cask things. So this is up at 54.4. It's a 12-year-old from 2008. One of the lovely things of us being part of the Pernod family now, as we are, is we get access to some of these things that don't normally get out to shops. So we managed to drag in a load of these distillery editions. And I had to put Tormore in for a variety of reasons. One of which being that Sukhinder, former boss man over here, now owns Tormore. And the other thing about it is that it's not particularly common, but will hopefully become more common, because one of the things that I know that Sukhinder and Ollie, his sort of chief, I don't know, title, head of despair is what we used to call him. But chief sort of like product development guy, blender, sorcerer of casks, maker of things. They're trying to put together a range of this. They wanted to get out into the world and show more people Tormore. I remember hearing about a chat they had with the staff when they came in, and they gave them a presentation about everything. And some of the guys there, when they tried some cask samples, said, "Well, that's the first time I've tried my whiskey. You'd be able to get this in France. I think it's a 14 and a 16-year-old that were vaguely available in France if you went to the right branch of Carrefour. We had a 12-year-old over here years ago, which I may have a bottle of upstairs, because I was looking for a bottle of what Tormore might have been like. But I've been there. It's beautiful. Hopefully, or this year they opened it up at Spirit of Speyside, and hopefully we'll see more of it down the line.
And
there it is.
The Italians got the long-necked grenade, right? And which was this, to compete with obviously the success of the 5-year-old Glen Grant at the time. This is going back to the 1980s. Unfortunately, this particular bottling is really, really quite flat. It's not done well in the glass over the years. But it's just such a rare thing to see Tormore on a label, right? Really, really looking forward to what those guys that you've just listed, what they do with it. I mean, if the pedigree is in it to go by, whether it's the Element series or the Smoz single casks, whatever it is, the Parcel series, the Port Askig, we're in for a real treat with Tormore in the future. Super exciting, Billy. Really, genuinely looking forward to that.
Yeah, and I know that when they sold it, Pernod still get whiskey from them. Chivas brothers still need the whiskey for some of their projects. But again, it's that whole thing of some of the distillers are now trying to get rid of their distilleries. They have more than they need. They can make the whiskey elsewhere to sort of fill in gaps. But they still do need some of this, whiskies like Tormore. And it's really great that now this is a distillery which is going to be moving into that area where we will see more of it. But Pete, what do you reckon to this one?
Great whiskey, and probably the most pretty distillery that I know in terms of how actually great place, absolutely wonderful. I stayed there about 12 years ago before I was really that into whiskey at one of the distillers' cottages for New Year, and it was so we went through a couple of bottles, and so it was great. I think from my standpoint, where I vibe with Tormore is around sort of when you're blending with it, if you add grain to Tormore, then it accentuates like one note in particular, which is that nutty sort of hazelnut kind of thing that comes through really nicely, and adding grain, to anything augments one or two of the flavors. It might increase the sweetness or smoke if you're using an Islay whiskey, for example. But certainly my experiments with Tormore have been sort of to almost get a Nutella, hazelnut, and a little bit of spice of that cinnamon and nutmeg. So it kind of adds a Christmassy element to any whiskey that you're using it in, even though you're not you know, you're able to do the cheat code for, which is to use sherry to get hazelnut and spice. But Tormore is such a cool whiskey because you're able to go around that without taking on too much of that sort of like that dried fruit. You know, Tormore's got a real sort of pear drop and unripe apple, sort of like, you know, early autumn apple and pear coming through, which is really nice. But I've always loved it for bringing in sort of that hazelnutty character, which I think is just excellent, really cool.
Excellent. I say it's a whiskey which I'm hoping we'll see a lot more of. It does pop up a little bit. I think on occasion, Roy, you've been involved with the semi-infamous Tormore 4, and their variety of attempting to get people to notice it's there more, or just drinking a lot.
Well, and it's one of those things is that you can raise awareness for something, but until there's a supply of it, it's not really, you know, it's just a something to chase. Whereas that's why I'm excited about the future, because if we suddenly have, you're right about those 14 and 16-year-olds, they were occasionally available in the UK too. Back in the early 2000s, we had that kind of tall, round style blue label 12-year-old, but generally there's never been much Tormore around. I'm looking forward to the future, seeing what the team does with it. It'll be exciting to see.
Yeah, very much on watch this space. So, but we should dive into our last whiskey before there are people now meandering in a slightly menacing fashion. Hence my trying to wait. Stop giggling. Anyway,
I think we started. Did we start on time, or were we a wee bit late starting? I don't know. I think
that was my fault. So let's move on from that.
Let's never rush whiskey, Billy. Just wave them away.
I will admit we
got 24 hours of this, don't you? Need to
yeah.
24 hours. We were late after session number 1 as well. So you know.
Always.
Oh dear. It's always Dawn's fault, but it's always our fault. Anyway, our final whiskey is actually one that we bottled. It was for the Whisky Show a few years ago. It's a 17-year-old from Milton Duff. And again, Milton Duff's one of those distilleries you don't hear loads about. It's got lovely stories, but I know the Thompson brothers have bottled a load recently, and it pops up again. Elixir do as well. Back when we were all one happy family, we managed to get a few casks of this to be released under the Whisky Exchange name as well. But yeah, it's a really interesting distillery and one which produces some great drams. So,
wow.
What do you guys think?
Wow. It's I'd have to say all 6 drams tonight would probably fit in a kind of blunt instrument palette like mine, and the profile is kind of similar, but the differentiation between each dram is marked, right? It's clearly they're stepping out and they're defining themselves. This one at the end, I think. Have you saved the best till last, perhaps? I don't know. It's got a little bit.
This is one of my favourite. I was pouring this on the stand when we released it, and of course, I don't drink when I'm working, but there was not as much of this bottle left at the end as there were other ones.
I've not put any water or anything in it. It's sipping neat right now. The ABV is 54.5. It's sipping at 46. It's lovely. There's a char note here. There's a kind of woody char note to me. But there's just bags of nice ripe fruit, and if it's citrusy, it's sweet, so sweet orange, that kind of thing. It's lovely body, lovely weight, and again, if we talk about what's happening at Tormore and we talk about the huge capacity increases that we touched upon earlier when we started out at Glenlossie and things, Milton Duff is soon going to be one of the biggest distilleries on the planet. So the future, there's a massive investment, almost 100 million going towards Aberlour and Milton Duff, and they'll be making more whiskey than Macallan by the end of 2025. So the future, hopefully, that bleeds down into the more independent producers like yourself, Peter, that you get the wider market gets their hands on some of the stock in the future, because. If they can continue, if they can make the capacity increases like that and still bring a spirit like this, whiskey botherers are going to be happy forevermore. This is a lovely dram, Billy. Thank you so much for including it.
No, it's as good as I remember, which is always a good thing, because I remember liking this before and I was just hoping it's still on point. But again, it's that thing of a distillery that, you know, it's going to be massive. It's going to be going into blends, but hopefully, you know, maybe they might embrace it. We've got we got one at Milton Duff around our lovely Lost in Time range. So just looking over to Dawn, who knows more about, well, remembers these whiskies better than I do. There are little bits and pieces. We're trying to tease them out of our friends at Shivers now, trying to make sure we can get more of it out there because we do like it. But yeah, and that's the thing, is that we are seeing a lot more of that now. Sorry.
Milton Duff is its number one attribute is its texture, right? I mean, it's creamy without being waxy, and it adds almost like a sort of a milk of magnesia element to any whiskey that you add it to. And so it's such a great tool, because if it a lot of blends, you try to blend towards texture as opposed to flavor first. So flavor follows texture. And if you've got something like Milton Duff in your armory, in your back pocket, then you're almost able to just solely focus on the flavor and then add Milton Duff to say, and there's the texture coming through. I mean, it's fruity and malty in equal parts, which I really love, because you get so many distilleries that go, we're fruity or we're malty, and Milton Duff does that real balancing act well, and with creamy texture as well. So, I mean, it's a blender's dream, this one, and certainly something I'd love to. I've never used Milton Duff in a blend. This is probably maybe the third or fourth time I've ever tried it, just as cask samples. It's always been one of those things on peripherals, but super, absolutely great. I mean,
I'm sure Peter would do wonderful things with this, Billy. But if any more of this turns up, let's keep it for us. Okay.
I'm sure he could do something along those lines. We'll see what happens. So, there we know. I need to move on because I'm literally being stared at by a lot of people now. That's the sound of Dawn. She's now stalking me to get out of this other room. So, thank you very much, guys, for coming along. And I think we've shown exactly what I really wanted to here. You know, these are whiskies, but you can find them. You need to look for them. You need to poke around a bit. You need to dig a little bit deeper. But if you do, you're really rewarded. You know, the lineup of 6 tonight, none of them are disappointed. They've all shown, as you said, right, in the same sort of ballpark, but have shown really different, large differences in texture, in flavor, in style, in weight. Yeah, there's a whiskey for everybody in there, and it sort of really shows that with a bit more poking around, you can definitely find something really interesting. But anyway, I need to wrap up, unfortunately. So yeah, Pete, Roy, thank you very much. You can find Pete over doing miraculous things with woven whiskey. You can find Roy online all the time, pretty much, from what I can tell.
All the time.
Look over on YouTube. The VPubs are definitely worth having a look at, especially if they're doing quizzes, which I don't do very well in. Yeah, so I'll see you guys all soon. Thank you much for coming along. And next, I'm not going to tell you what's happening next. They're going to pop up in a moment. You'll be able to see them. They are literally here. But anyway, another little chat with somebody shortly. Anyway, see you all later on, everybody.
Nice one, man.
Welcome back. You're about to spend about 10, 12 minutes in the company of another of the Whisky Exchange's favorite people or groups, Glassmates, of which I am a member. The trio comprises of Jimmy, Nigel, and myself, and I wanted to share our journey and their individual journeys in whiskey with you guys over the next short while. So we should have Jimmy on the video calls. Hey, Jimmy, how you doing?
Good. I'm not gonna lie, I nearly forgot what time it was. I was about to start making steaks. I'm not gonna lie, I was about to start making steaks. And then Dawn messaged me and said to me, "You ready?" Like, yeah, of course I'm ready.
Yeah. You couldn't possibly make a mistake as big as the ones I've already made today. Yes. The third and final member.
Yeah, wheel and come again.
is Nigel, and Nigel joins us live
in the studio. Look at you.
It's okay. It's okay.
I literally happened to be in the neighborhood. So yes, here I am.
You decided to drop in.
I decided to drop in.
So as you saw from the surprise on Jimmy's face, this wasn't something that was planned. It just sort of came together, which is kind of the story of Glassmates.
Very much.
Nigel, what are Glassmates? Who are they? Why do they?
So we are three whiskey curious, drinks curious representatives. We came together through a group of like-minded people who always used to go out for brunch and dinner, etc. And we were always the ones trying to order nice stuff on the menu to drink. Our love of that took us to the Whisky Show. And then along the way, one of the whiskey theories, which we'll get to later on, said that you guys have a great rapport and you should share your enthusiasm with the rest of the world. And that's what we've done.
Jimmy,
it's not how the story went.
Say again?
It's not how the story went. So this is what happens when I'm not in the room.
You are in the room. You're just virtual rather than...
Yeah, you can put me on mute. That's the difference, isn't it?
Jimmy, how did your whiskey journey start? Where was the first time, and who was responsible for putting that dram in your glass?
So funny enough, we've all been having all day. I've been watching from this morning, from when you guys went live, and everyone has said the same thing. It started with a JD and Coke.
Yeah.
It started with a JD and Coke, and I think the JD and Coke was because it was simple and affordable and non-offensive. Then I decided one day to cut out the Coke and see what JD actually tastes like. Fell in love with JD, then found all the other JDs with the different labels around the neck, to the point that people were bringing them over from other countries for me. I had cards, T-shirts, hats, you name it. And then the venture into other whiskies just started kind of happening just accidentally, because people would be like, "Oh, you drink whiskey," and then they give you a Scotch, and you're like, "Well, that's very different to the Tennessee whiskey that I was drinking." And then it kind of just continued from there. I know a lot of people think we are the whiskey guys, but I'd like to make it clear that we drink everything, people.
Except
apart from
the G word, we won't say. Apart
from the gin word. Apart from the gin word.
What is it that Glassmates are trying to do? What's the message?
Help people to drink better. That's the only way I can describe it. Help people to drink better, primarily through tasting, educating, enlightening, and opening doors to other categories, of things within categories that they may not normally sort of look at.
Yeah.
That is our mission.
Okay.
Get people to drink better. We are very fussy at times about what we drink,
and we don't always agree.
We want to bring everybody along with us.
Yeah, Jimmy. If I could ask you to name, I know it's going to be challenging because there have been a few, and every time I've asked this question, a lot of people have said a lot of people. Two influential people in the whiskey industry who have inspired you, if not Glassmates as a whole, you. And then I want you to answer that question as well, Nigel.
So the first has to be Liz. Liz Locke, basically. Kind of like she started us. She is the Charlie of our angels. So without Liz, and then also with Liz's kind of just guidance, and then even to this day, we'll still walk around the show with Liz, and me and Liz will go off and find something that we're like, both of us are in love with that. I think Liz is definitely one person. And then it's hard to narrow it down to two.
Don't say the one I'm going to say.
Yeah, because you get hate mail after that, innit? If I I think the second changes from day to day because there are so many people who are like people who send you things, people who kind of get you into things, people who invite you to events that you shouldn't be at, and then are at. Actually, do you know what? Mr. Red Pants. Mr. Colin Hampton White. Mr. Colin Hampton White.
Colin Hampton White, yeah.
Colin Hampton White. And I think with Colin and even with the rest of the free drinkers, it's not even so much with what we do with a glass. It's those extra conversations that we have with them where they've been guidance to us, been almost mentors to us, and have helped open many, many a door and tell us when to close doors on people. And
one for me would have to be Simmer.
Yes.
A true renegade and somebody that literally gave us our first sort of bite of the apple, so to speak.
Yeah.
I think what he and Chris and the team at Dram now continue to do, which is challenge the status quo and do things their way when it comes to whiskey in particular, has to be applauded on a consistent basis. The other person that springs to mind, and I know she's looking at me right now, is probably Dawn. Again, it's the rebellious nature and somebody that isn't afraid to say what they do and don't like.
She's a disruptive.
And disruptive in many ways, including dancing in the corner of my eye right now. Yeah, those two people, I think they do this whiskey thing their way, and stand on their principles, and that's something to be applauded.
Yeah, and you know, if there's a name that has worked with us and done us favors, and we haven't mentioned you tonight, it's a first name that jumps into the head kind of thing. Glassmates are thankful.
Please don't hold it against us.
Glassmates are thankful to a large number
of the community,
of people who have held doors open, kicked them open in the first place, passed our name around in a good way, and we are extremely thankful and will be for quite a while. I saw you pouring something, Jimmy, when we linked to you. Is this your dram of the moment, or just something you grabbed off your...
something I had? So I'm at my desk and I've got millions of samples, and there are certain things that I've been trying to get through. But this is actually from a distillery that I love and champion quite hard. Of course, Liz, you are a Charlie Angels. But Lockley,
yes.
Love what these guys do. I was actually going to put a English whiskey up here originally, but yeah, love everything they've done with all the harvest editions and everything. Still waiting on my delivery of the latest one, and then we've got obviously something coming up with them soon. Yeah, my first drink of the day.
Wow, that's very unlike Jimmy.
I'm a couple ahead of you. This is actually I will roll with what's in my glass actually. So this is Whisky Exchange's Millstone release from last year. If you go back on our socials, you'll see it's one of the things that we kind of all squealed about at the Whisky Show last year.
No understatement there.
No understatement there at all. A lovely sort of sherried dram that I can consistently drink or put on a contributor script.
So Otis, where's your glass?
This is actually the first time I've been on air without a glass.
Well, you're messing up the branding, bro. We're called Glassmates, and you've got no glass.
He's got one thing to do, right?
He had a whole heap of things to do. He messed all of them up.
Anytime. I was just letting it breathe. Yeah.
If you want, without using names and etc. to protect the innocent, you can make an online apology now if you want for today's food park.
Just to clue you into what Jimmy's saying, the boy and I made an arrangement. I was meant to bring some bike wheels for Jimmy, and a friend of his was meant to pick these up. I didn't bring them. Said friend was waiting outside for a long time. I am very, very sorry. so sorry, and I will make it up to you. And,
with a dram or two.
Yeah. And if you scroll back, through this footage, I can't remember what hour it was. You will hear Jimmy, the situation, because I forgot to turn off my mic. Yeah, me, the 30-year veteran in television, live included, that didn't do it properly. Before I let you go, because we're going to America the Bold and the Beautiful with Dawn in just a few moments. One challenge that the whiskey industry faces currently, Jimmy, from you, and then what you'd like to see in the future, Nigel. Jimmy, go.
Current challenge. There's still not enough black people in the room, and women as a whole. IWC judging this week, and there's still a lot of men. There's still not enough black people.
Or do you mean on the board?
In general, I'm talking behind the boards. The people who are making decisions, as we are, like through judging, we make decisions. Through the people making decisions, there's not enough diversity.
Okay.
One challenge it faces is growth. How do you entice a younger population that seemingly doesn't want to drink? Do you stick to heritage? Do you try to appeal to them sort of on their terms, and what does that look like going forward?
Okay.
Many are trying to kind of get the balance right, and I think those that nail it well enough will have lifelong drinkers come along with them. Others will fall by the side. We'll see.
Okay, well, the whiskey industry is watching and listening. Take note, these are some of the changes we as Glassmates, not just we as Glassmates, actually. A lot of the advocates, a lot of the faces that you've been seeing and the voices that you've been listening to as part of We Are Whiskey. We love the industry. It's not perfect yet. There are still some changes that we would like to see implemented. And until those changes take place, we're going to carry on making lots of noise. Jimmy, Nigel, Glassmates, thank you very much. Speaking of noise, Dawn is up next. America, the Bold and the Beautiful. Get your tasting
and the Brave
samples ready. No, it's just there's no Brave. There's no Brave. It's just the Bold and the Beautiful coming your way in just a few moments.
Wasn't that a soap opera? Cheers.
It was a soap opera. It was. I'm going to go cook these steaks now.